What's going on, guys? Jurassic here. Today we're back with Elite Dangerous. Alright, so the Type-11 did get a update inside of the preview build, so we're going to be showing that off. Now, one thing to keep in mind until we get confirmation about next week, Monday theoretically is going to have an update night, so we probably won't be streaming Elite Dangerous then. Also, as a real-life update, sorry for missing a few days, we took a break off for the birthday, and also on top of that, this coming week we may possibly have either tropical storm or a hurricane coming around Monday or Tuesday night, so depending on how that all goes, will determine how long we'll be streaming. I'll be sure to update as much as I can though on Twitch and everywhere else. But let's see what all's actually changed inside of this newest update. Looks like it's going to be quite a bit of tweaks that they did. Now, I did see some people were asking if it was a little bit too overpowered now, but my thing is, considering the fact that it's like a dedicated mining ship, and the fact that there's like certain hard points that are only limited to the ship itself, I don't think it would actually be considered overpowered. Alright, so first off, the limpet controller, you're going to notice that before it was 8 and now it moved all the way up to 14, so it's going to have a lot more of that. Everything else, though, we're not really going to be able to see too much difference-wise. Let's see, hold on. Volley repeater, it'll show 61 integrity still, 1.5 power draw. I believe that's the same. Damage per second, I believe that got increased quite a bit. Max range, 500 meters. All right, so the rest of that's still the same. We're going to start off by just trying out the gun itself, and then we'll reintroduce the lasers afterwards. And we also learned that having more than two size 2 beams is just going to overpower the power plant that it currently has inside the ship, so you're not going to be able to do anything with that since we're limited to a 6A. If they moved it up to a size 7, I think it would fit a little bit better, but with the current restriction size 6, you only want 2 lasers when it comes to size 2. The size 1 pre-engineered lasers you can fill in a lot more, mainly because they're a lot more efficient. Okay, so let's start off. I max amount of limits, and we'll see how long it actually takes to fill up her ship. I do really think that eventually they need to push an update out to where you can just click buy all, especially for limpets. I understand like some stuff it might be kind of weird, but I feel like most people either want to buy like max or like 80% of limpets, so one of those options should be there. Hey Vagabond, how you doing tonight? What is your opinion on the change for the Type-11? Have you actually seen it in practice yet? I saw some people on Reddit saying that it was a little overpowered, but I wanted to get my own take on it before I replied to them. I still feel like since it's like has things that are purely dedicated to mining, having a ship that's not the best at mining sort of makes the ship sort of like minute. It out. But the first one I've seen in action. Nice. Alright, so let's see here. Oh! I actually do have a question, which you might not know the answer to this either. I asked them on Twitter, but I haven't got a reply yet. So, theoretically, they're going to be pushing the Type-11 out on the 29th, around the same time they usually do their update cycles. But the thing is, does that mean we're going to have an update cycle again, like later on in the week? Like, is it going to be down for 2 days this week? Or do you think they're just going to push everything on Monday? That's the only part that I don't know. I feel like they should just wait for the weekly cycle and just do it on the same day instead of having, like, it split between the two. Now, if you saw the previous stream when we showed off the Type-11 or some of the videos, basically this is supposed to be like twice as good as what it was originally. So all the data that we had beforehand is sort of irrelevant. That's why we're doing a whole new fresh take on it. And we're keeping to the same exact area, that way nothing's going to be changing when it comes to like, oh, well maybe you had better luck or blah blah. We're trying to eliminate as much as possible. kind of curious to see how many limits we can actually kill tonight. Gonna be the spot? Ooh, it is. I'm going a little fast though. The 11 was supposed to be the 23rd and got delayed to 29th. The tick is always the same. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that's what I was kind of worried about. Let me track where we are just in case. It kind of stinks taking the game down for like 2 days in a row, technically. Alright, yeah, let's jump out and actually get to the right spot. We already brought the new ship. You talking about the Type-11? I do already own it. It's not in-game yet, though. It'll be in-game on the 29th. Well, basically for us, it'll be on the 30th. It'll be super late on the 29th. Expected in October for a few update fixes also.
Frameshift drive charging.
So, Mustang, this ship has its own dedicated limpet controller, and it was already crazy with 8. But then they decided to change it, so now it has 14 of its own dedicated limpets, which is kind of crazy. And they also fixed the spread on the gun, so theoretically you should be shooting your limpets a lot less. Yeah, I'm in the partner version. Alright, hold on. 14 is supposed to be faster also? Yeah, I've seen that. Although I don't know... I didn't compare the stats of like what a normal limpet speed was. I don't know if they were just slower by nature, or if these new ones are just all around faster. Is that the spot? Because I feel like it's that one. .62. Alright, so yeah, it is that one. We'll get the ship, but the standard version. It's a good mining ship. I mean, honestly, I think it's just really cool having a Gatling gun. I didn't really care about the performance of it itself, but the Gatling gun itself was like the coolest thing. But supposedly, they tweaked it a huge amount, and people were like saying it was overpowered and stuff. I don't know. So we're about to test it out and see. First off, though, firing order. Let's turn the rest of you off. The thing is, I don't know how you could like force the chunks to like the bottom side of the ship. Usually it's the second laser that gets shot, but with the volley repeater, it doesn't have like a consistent pattern where it's hitting. So I'm not sure if it's like a distance-wise, like maybe a certain point you'd be able to like narrow down the range. $14 though, that's gonna be pretty crazy. Yeah, I can look up all the tweaks real quick for you guys. So it says more than double the money damage, resulting in increased fragments per second, increased limpet speed, increase the controller limpet count from 8 to 14, increased chance of enriched chunks spawning, reduce the mining volley spread, fix the flashing strobe light effect in the cockpit. Yeah, we already got that. Various fixes of the Type-11 cosmetics, fix the animation issues with the Type-11 landing gear, audio fixed, light model fixed, especially for flight assist off, improved to the power play digest to improve performance, fixed test issues in outfitting for Type-11, fixed an issue with the shield and hull hit checks, fixed a rare physics frame of reference issue that could cause ships to explode instantly or take significant damage. Well, good news is they fixed the random exploding. I never actually had that happen. 21. I mean, we may as well just crack open the first one and see what it actually gives. Prospector to hit. That does seem much smaller than before. And are we able to actually hurt our chunks? So we can't hurt the chunks. Can we hurt the limpet? I believe they got rid of the fact that you could hurt the limpets, because, like... Oh, hold on. Is that one dying, or is that one just stupid? Can't tell, honestly. Alright, so let's get another one. That did go much quicker, though. So, how much did that actually give us? 2 so far? Yeah, but beforehand it was like really crazy when it came to kill them, so I was kind of like purposely trying to see if they lowered the amount of damage we could do to the limpet itself. I don't think that they did, but it sure didn't seem like we were actually hurting them much. Like, that should be killing them, right? I guess one of them died. Maybe it's just the smaller spread just makes it much harder to actually kill them. That to land.
Prospect limpet engaged.
Nada.
Asteroid scan complete.
Yeah, originally I was going to fight Thargoids, so then I was going to do a mining stream. Then I thought about it. Then I was like, you know what? I should just show off the new Type-11. For the one multi-limpet controller, you can have 14 out at a time. Now I'm going to try to find like a better asteroid. It will make excellent material gathering. Oh yeah, most definitely. And like if you decided to... I'll have to look at my build actually. I don't know if you could actually adjust anything to add more limpets. So I don't think this ship actually had like too many different optional hardpoints. Come on, Mr. Limpet. Get us something good. Nada. Oh, Mustang, are you a fan of Alien games? Like Alien vs. Predator? Yeah, this is going to be a material gatherer and also a miner. Yeah, I mean, I've said it before. The fact that it has like dedicated slots like you can't actually get rid of for mining, I feel like this one sort of needed to be a good mining ship. I know some people were like happier just saying, oh, well, the Clipper is much better and this one's useless, but I feel like they sort of needed to buff this one just because they limited it so much. Yeah, the limpets are crazy. I still only have 13, or yeah, 13 out currently. My 14 still in my ship. Alright, 42%. That's a decent one. I guess we can test it with this asteroid and see, like, maybe if we put a laser on the bottom, if it would still drop down there. Oh, it's called Species Unknown. I did a video on YouTube about it. It's very interesting. Alright, so hold on. Alright, now time-wise, I am fairly certain that that's faster. Hold on. Do you have like an easy time widget? only have an up timer. Alright, so hold on. So let's do... Alright, I'm going to run a stopwatch, so we'll see how long it actually takes. Yeah, currently it's only a demo. I don't know when it's coming out, but they have like 2 creatures currently for it. Alright, so let's see if we can find another decent one. Making 4 mil in Star Citizen takes 5 days. Yeah, it does. I don't know, I might try to give that game one more chance, but after my last viewing, I don't know. Like, I like the game and all, but it's just if I can't handle it, then there's no point like trying to force my hardware until I get better stuff.
Asteroid scan complete. Prospector limpet failed.
45%, alright.
Asteroid scan complete.
So, let's see. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if we have our cargo bay full. So I can start the timer, then click back on the game. We'll lose a couple seconds, but at least we'll get like a rough estimate. Alright, so that took about 22 seconds, and I'll give it like 2 seconds of like change in between, so. For anyone like trying to keep stacks on stuff. It took roughly 20 seconds. We could probably like narrow it down a little bit more if I pulled my phone out, but. That was actually pretty quick. Plus the fact that the bigger chunks are going to count a lot more compared to like the normal lasers.
Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete. Capacity.
Alright. That's actually pretty cool, the fact that it's just filling up that fast. How you doing tonight, Mr. Jim?
Prospector limpet failed.
Yeah, it is filled up kind of quickly. So, I don't know if you've ever actually core mined in this game, but basically the Gatling gun has an opportunity to occasionally spawn into larger chunks, and those larger chunks are going to help fill up the cargo bay much faster.
Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid scan.
I'll shoot it a little bit slower this time, that way you can see what I'm talking about.
Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged.
So, the craziest thing is, like, before they actually buffed this ship, that same test took over a minute to crack open the rock by itself without any lasers. So, I don't know if we introduce lasers if it's going to actually, like, go faster, or if it would actually be slower.
Prospector limpet engaged.
So I think what this ship was originally designed for, the Gatling was supposed to, like, replace all the lasers itself, and then the rest were supposed to be, like, for core mining. I'm going to scrape this. Whoops. Better have what we need.
Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged.
Hey, it did.
Asteroid scan complete.
Alright, so hold on. Let's turn the prospector off currently. Oh. Apparently I did have a whole other set of collectors and I just haven't used them yet. So hold on. So we can turn that on. And then let's... I think it's this laser. I'm going to try to do the method where we have a laser on the bottom and see if it actually drops where we want. It is on the bottom side, right? Yeah. So theoretically, the chunk should be down there and it'll be able to go much quicker when it comes to pickup. If it works that way, the Gatling gun's not a consistent spread, so that's where it's kind of a little different. You only done laser and some blasting. Gotcha. Core mining's pretty cool, but it's really hard to find like cores, so I would recommend doing it at like the end of a maintenance cycle. You have a lot higher chance of finding them. Oh, and there was the large chunk. Alright, so the laser didn't seem to do much of anything when it came to spawning it down there. Alright, so kind of failed that test.
At maximum capacity. Collector limpet expired.
Alright, so that'll be the third one down. Next test, we're going to try to introduce that with the Gatling gun itself and see if we still have enough, like, see if it's roughly like the 20-second mark again, or if it's going to be faster or slower.
Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete. Collector limpet expired. Programming limpet drill. Prospector limpet failed. Collector limpet.
Alright, Mr. Limpet, you're going to get us to 55. We're not.
Asteroid scan complete. Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged. Programming limpet drill.
Now,
Asteroid scan.
I don't know how many people have actually done like testing when it comes to like the asteroids themselves.
Collector limpet expired.
People wanted to call it fragment or chunk method, whatever you want to call it. Basically, each different asteroid has their own amount of
Engaged.
fragments that should theoretically come out. So to get that tested, technically all you have to do is like fire slowly at it, and the first chunk that actually comes off, that's how much you can actually tell based on that, how many should actually come out of the asteroid. Alright, so 57.
Asteroid scan complete.
Let's do the same test before. So let's get rid of the prospector. Put you in group 2. You, so we'll reset. We should be good. Inventory. Alright, yes, that's got plenty of room. That is so many more big chunks compared to what was originally, though. Like beforehand, we were getting about 2. Alright, so we'll take 2 seconds off, so... With the gun itself, it was about 20 seconds. With the laser, it was about 26 seconds. That one could theoretically have had a little bit more chunks in it, though. Does the big chunks truly add more amount collected? It does. It adds the same amount that a core would. Let's see, hold on. You can also see the size difference compared to like the big ones. Like that's what the normal size one from a laser is supposed to look like. Battery's not full. Alright, 269. We're actually going super fast, and it's only been about 30 minutes. Alright, so let's see. So let's just go without you and keep the mining volley. Spectrum back in group 2. So basically this one was just like some very basic one. Would be some matches in Marvel Rivals. You're getting addicted to that game, Mustang. No, Ash was wanting me to try some water park simulator or something. 800 hours alone. You still don't play with people in it. By the way, if anyone's here wanting me to test a certain thing, feel free to let me know.
Asteroid scan complete. Prospect to limpet failed.
Actually, you know what? We can find like another decent-ish platinum rock. We'll just dump the platinum that we have and abandon it. Play it. I have no clue. Yeah, but cartoony action hero games are a little bit different than like realism games. So I can't like guarantee that he would be into that kind of thing. It's a little different than a military sim. Alright, 51. You were wondering how much the chunks do compared to that, so let's abandon these. By the way, I'm in the testing universe, so that none of this profit even matters technically. We're mainly just doing it to test everything. Get rid of all that. Alright, so that means let's do... Then on group 2, so we'll just try to get a small chunk, and we'll see if we can actually get a large chunk to pop in. It seemed like they're going pretty quickly though with large chunks. And your part to move science forward. Yeah, there you go. Alright, hold on. Let's fully clear it one more time. I believe each one should be 39%. By the way, if you notice, each percentage drop is going to be the exact same for this asteroid, regardless if it's a big chunk or a small chunk. Or at least it was last time. That's another thing we haven't tested out yet. Alright, so that's 42. Is that going to stay consistent? So the next one should technically take us to 84 if it does. Is that not? You're telling me with all the random collectors, not a single one is smart enough to go grab that? There it goes. It's finally going. 89. Alright, so that's kind of random when it comes to how much you get. So we'll drop that. And let's see. What are these chunks actually coming out of? Just LTD and mining. Do you have a good place to go to? And sorry, I believe you asked me to do that on Reddit too, and I just never got around to it since I knew it was getting buffed everywhere. Alright, there we go. Big chunk. Empty that. We have 0 platinum. I believe it's just the one. Maybe it's a chunk and a small one. Alright, so that took us to 50 and then 98. So I'm guessing the small chunk was the 50. Alright, so let's try that one more time. The chunk's coming on the other side. That's weird. What are you? A big one or a small one? No, that's just the prospector. Never mind. Ah, big one. All right, you. Inventory is completely empty. We have 0 platinum. Is there one chasing a chunk, or is it? Okay, there it is. It's the big chump. Hopper is completely empty. So that one's about 34%. Let me see how far Borin is, because the only issue is I'm on a testing universe. There's no like fleet carriers or anything in between. 214. I guess if anything, we could tweak the build, get rid of one of the collectors, and go back to fuel scoop. Yeah, we can test that real quick. We've done plenty of platinum stuff already. Alright, so hold on. Let's put you away. Alright. So we'll head over to the main station there. Dump a rest of our limpets, grab a fuel scoop. And we should be able to head over there. Alright, it's a system map. Hello, Commander Tony. How you doing tonight? This morning, depending on where you're from. We're going to be heading over to Borin to try to test out some of the LTDs. It looks like this new update, though, for the gun actually did make a huge difference when it comes to it. So last time, it took us about a minute to crack open an asteroid, where now it's taking about 20 seconds. And the collector limpet itself went from 8 to 14, so it's like a huge increase. And plus, the amount of big chunks we're getting is like way higher too. Before it was only 2, and now it's like 10 or so. So it's definitely a lot more of a contender. It's the sneaky peeky? Yeah. This is the ship that's coming on the 29th. Though I guess with this current update cycle, we'll probably miss Monday night stream on here. Mainly due to the fact that it's going to be updating right when we normally play. Kind of disappointed though. We played it with like 16 hours in a row and we never had the blow up issue. I was really curious to see what it looked like when it like did the weird physics thing and blew up. But supposedly that's been fixed too. And I know some people don't like the holograms on the Type-11. I think it actually looks kind of cool. It sort of matches the station's like holograms that they have. So what is your guys' opinions? Do you like the Galactic Edition? Do you think it's too immersive breaking, or where would you like to see things head? I know Mustang wants to name his own systems. I don't think that'll ever be a thing. But at least they added in the whole like commander name change. Oh! Speaking of that, for anyone who's interested in changing your name, just in case, if you have any first discoveries, it's going to be listed under your original name. So you're not going to be able to like change your name and then actually have like the rest of the game update. So anything that you found previously is going to be credited towards your other name.
Access granted. Clear to land at Docking Bay 3-5.
A little costly. Yeah. I agree. For 60,000, you think it would at least come with like some pre-engineered parts instead of just having like a whole bunch of standard. This one didn't really have like too much like better parts compared to the Stellar Edition, honestly. It was mainly just the holograms and the ship kit that you're paying for.
Steer clear of other vessels.
35, not 25. Whoops. 35 below us. Hey, Adel. How you doing tonight? Alright, so let's grab us a fuel scoop. We'll dump the limpets, and we should be good.
Engaging docking restraints. It's good to have you with us, Commander.
So originally when I was engineering this ship, I realized that Inara doesn't necessarily have all the data in this testing universe. So I was like relying on going to a system that actually had like a place to refuel. But I found out the hard way that that star no longer actually had places to refuel in the testing universe. Not bad, thanks. Got Elite and Exobio and got an engineered combat cutter all set up. That took all day. Ooh, how is that ship? Alright, well. We know we can get rid of this one at least. By the way, for anyone curious, for like stats-wise, the gun itself now has 18 armor piercing and it does 6 damage per second, so it's much stronger than before. Before it took about a minute to crack open an asteroid by itself, and now it's taking about 20 seconds, so it's way more powerful. Alright. And you're stuck with the flatter bay too, so you may as well just keep it. Technically though, with the change, we don't really need you. Do that, and we'll probably be stuck with the 3A fuel scoop. Fuel scoop. Don't remember who said otherwise last time, but the Exobio's first log bonus does very much count towards the elite rank. Oh, really? That's good to know. You know, currently, well, actually, it's probably jumped by now. But I ended up flying back to my fleet carrier, and now my fleet carrier should actually be in Capricorni B on the normal server, so I'll actually be able to turn in all the data that I've been holding. Alright, so we got the fuel scoop, we got an empty cargo bay. I really hope the Borin place has a space to buy limpets. We'll fly there and see. All I know is I stopped at some random place and it didn't have like the normal stuff. Then I blew up and had to like restart. So this might be one of those situations, but we'll see. Meta system for mining for the CG. We're getting a little head start. What system are you mining in?
Landing restraints lifted. Moderate speed on exit.
Landing gear retracted.
Oh, do I have to unlink you still? That's one thing I wish the game would do. If you like go to the map and like want to like lock onto the next place, it shouldn't remember that you're aimed at a station. It should just like mark your next destination. You remember the number? Some hip star a friend found. We're all parked out here. Huh.
Frameshift drive charging.
What are you mining for? Platinum? Or is it some random commodity? I know the Parrot's Head sector has the triple spot, and then Capricorni B has the double spot. So I'm surprised you're not one of those. Yeah, osmium doesn't really sell for that much. $176 must be the max of this fuel scoop. Hello, for anyone curious, yes, we're flying without the orbital lines. I don't know, I just think it looks so weird with them on. So I usually fly without them. Also, since we're on the testing universe, EDHM doesn't work, so a lot of like the plugins that we usually use are currently offline. But yeah, in that hip sector that you're in, is it like a double or triple platinum hotspot? Or is it just like some random place that you went to? Also put a glossy black skin on my Mandalay and tactical carbon on my carrier. Looks great. Oh, that's awesome. You didn't put titanium on it, did you? I don't think there was a double or triple, not sure why they chose it, maybe. Oh. Yeah, so far I think the only known triple one is going to be in the Parrot's Head sector. And then like the most common one is Capricorni B.
Drive charging.
Sort of picked a good hotspot and went, wasn't a double. Ah, I gotcha. I'm not saying the Capricorni B is like the best place or the highest yield per hour when it comes to farming that. That's a decent start. Ah, but that's why you park your carrier in my system. But you're right, it was packed. I had to park it over to the next one. My system's literally the one right next to Capricorni B, is literally why I said park it there. Or you can take your fleet carrier out to the Parrot's Head sector. I think we were filling up in about like 3 hours or so. But I'm kind of curious to see like... I don't know, to do like a true head-to-head, it would be kind of random. But it would almost be like... just time-wise to see like how much faster or slower this is compared to a normal build with the same player playing. You know, I unlocked Shinrata, but I haven't actually gone over there. Also, for anyone curious about the stats on this ship, we're mostly set up for mining currently, but the jump range, let's see. Yeah, that panel's blocked. Never have to run around to get a ship or outfit, you'll get a discount, it's perfect. Yeah, 23 jump range currently. So it's not we're too close. Not exactly the best ship when it comes to traveling. How many more jumps do we have? 7. We should have a white dwarf coming up here soon too. As long as I have a good scoop, I can deal. Yep, that's basically what I'm doing too. Although, yeah, we're only using a size 3 one since we didn't really have too much room without it. Really eat travel without one? So usually mining ships I do without a fuel scoop, since typically you get to the location and then you never really are going to be selling with your mining ship. I always end up just offloading it to my cargo haulers, whether it be a medium or a large ship. 6A on your main delay is so good. Yeah, I probably should tweak my main delay some for it. I'm still using, I think, like a 4A for my fuel scoop. I have like a lot of limpets. Jump range isn't even 10 light years on a miner. Is it Frey the carrier right now? What ship is it? By the way, another thing for anyone curious, I'm not sure when the clipper is going to be added in-game. I was thinking that was going to be added whenever the Type-11 did. We don't have any confirmation yet, so possibly it'll be added on the weekly maintenance cycle this week. But don't get your hopes up, I don't have like any solid evidence, but it should roughly be sometime soon for it. Imperial Cutter, but it has the default E-class FSD still. Ah, yeah, that'll do it. Swapping from the E to even just like a standard A, that'll make a huge difference. Then obviously engineering it will be way better.
Frameshift drive charging.
Is that a real star name? Maya POTUS? Just haven't been where it could yet. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Right when we're about out of fuel. Yeah, I think that's just standard white dwarf. So usually... Oh. Really? Here? Let's go to that edge. Usually you can tell the difference between a white dwarf and a neutron star based on if there's like a little beam in between. It's insane to think that we're getting this charge just for 32. Alright, so we got 4 jumps to go with the boost. That's not too bad. Although another tactic we could do is just pick like a random direction like this way. And we'll come back around and grab it. Sometimes whenever you jump to a star, it'll just put you in a bad place to actually scoop up the white dwarfs. 2, 1. That should be enough. They tweaked the handling on this some, and I don't know if I like it or not. Close. Well, this is going to be interesting. Integrity compromised? It'll be fine. Let's get some duct tape on it. Yeah, the days of having no engineering on your FSD. Come on, ship. Combat Cutter travels way better than my Combat Python Mark II, though. Oh yeah, the Cutter is a great ship. This thing does not want to turn where I need it to. Damn it.
Power plant capacity exceeded. Cabin pressure alert.
Any day now.
Online. Module malfunction. Module malfunction.
Also docking and unlocking it manually since it's got it. Not bumped into the mail slot yet.
Frameshift drive.
Nice.
Frameshift drive charging. Ready to engage.
Come on.
Cabin pressure alert.
I'm really debating just blowing up and starting this again.
Module malfunction.
Let's see. Come on, man.
Drive charging. Frameshift drive charging.
So close.
Frameshift drive charging.
Come on.
Ready to engage.
Yeah, I don't know if this ship's going to be the best one when it comes to exploration. Alright, that's good. 3, 2, 1.
Self-destruct sequence initiated. Warning. Taking heat damage. Module malfunction.
It'll be faster. We'll just restart the journey.
Self-destruct in 20 seconds. Warning.
Let's be able to see if there's any place that actually has fuel between where we've started and where we're actually at.
Module malfunction. Self-destruct in 10 seconds. Self-destruct in 5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
1.
NPCs are definitely blind. Ah. Where is it actually going to put us? Oh. I don't think this actually went too far. Nice. Alright, so they did have a system here. Alright, so hold on. So we're going to where? Borin? No. Yeah. We'll just go the long way. Oh, it's still going to be that way. Whatever. We got this. Was that... What? Oh, we put a fuel scoop on. Yeah, we're going a little bit further away. Someone's suggesting us to try the low temp diamond, so... You're still... What? That is so weird. So it's still relying on that exact same jump, but it's like, nah, we'll just go a slower route. Alright, so let's go back up to the stall. But yes, you are correct. If you don't have a fuel scoop, it's not going to actually allow you to scoop up everything.
Landing gear retracted. Frameshift drive charging.
Although it doesn't matter which size fuel scoop you have, so any classification actually does allow you to scoop it up. Oh, you know what it is? Hold on. Is this cockpit center on this ship, or is it to the right? Alright, so it's a little bit off-center to the left. Some ships like the Manila, you can just have like your wing like barely dip into it and it grabs it for you. How you doing tonight, Mr. Falcon? Really? Alright, fine. Hold on. Exclusion zones. Guess we are kind of in the middle. So we're going to try to aim for like the very back end of the tail there. That should be the safest place for us to scoop it up. You're just hanging out? Oh, nice. So the Type-11 got a pretty huge buff compared to before. Last time it was taking us about a minute to actually crack open the asteroid by itself, and now the Gatling gun itself only takes about 20 seconds, which is an insane increase.
Frameshift drive charging.
3, 2, 1. Taking a break from an exploration trip. Oh, nice. I actually just got back from one myself. Alright, where's that star at? There we go.
Beyond safety limits.
We had it for a second. Hold on.
Warning. Temperature.
What is with this ship, man? Alright. Yeah, we're much further out too this time. So once we get the boost, it'll just take like 3 jumps and we'll actually get to the system. Then from there, we'll probably have to use our surface scanner and hopefully find where it's at. No clue how easy it is to find low temp diamonds though. Never actually mined for them before. So if anyone has any like estimated time or values that you would normally expect,
Frameshift
might come in handy. Time I am kind of going into a blind, but I'm willing to test it out and see. What? weird though. Most ships that don't have to turn the exclusion light on to actually scoop. There we go. Now we're on the right track. That, turn you off. So far, it actually seems like the Gatling gun itself is faster and it gives you more yield than the normal lasers. Hey, thanks so much for raiding my channel. How are you doing tonight? 2, 1. We are testing the low temp diamonds. Theoretically, once we get over there. And hopefully they have a place for limpets. Alright, so we should be good on fuel. It's weird. 3 jumps away. Well, that's funny. All my stuff from the normal verse actually carries over. Huh. You guys have a good stream tonight, Mr. Garen. Yeah, I didn't realize that it was going to be imported over to a testing universe. Colony is not safe. What do you mean it's not safe? What happened? Just like from PvPers, or? Wait, commanders exploded right in front of me. Wow. Very interesting coincidence there. Alright, Born is 1 stop away. Do you know which star which planet actually has the low temp diamonds over here at? Let's see. Try the ring A2 to find the LTD hotspot, hopefully. Gotcha. PvP is always safe. It is the organic stuff you need to be afraid of. I do think that would be really cool if they, like, one day introduced, like, actual things to walk around on planets. I think that'd be the only thing that they don't necessarily have in Odyssey yet. Let's see. Away from the sun.
Disengaged.
You said A2. To remap our detailed surface scanner too. A3. A4. Born was a spot in the triple LTD, but that was before FCs and Tritium were introduced. I remember seeing something a long time ago. I guess low temp diamonds used to be like the best money making thing, and it's been a long time. Alright, so you said A2. So that should be all we need. Oh, if anyone new here, we're on the testing universe, so we're just mostly testing out the Type-11. We don't necessarily care. What was it, A1? I don't know. 1 million a ton. Gotcha. We don't necessarily care about profit tonight, so if anyone has something that they want us to test out, feel free to actually let us know. Yeah, they got Mega Nerf hammered in the sell value. I'm really surprised Platinum survived this long. LGD, we're the profit incarnate. Alright, so let's see. So you, fine group, we'll just do group 2. Station? We do have stations here. Alright, we're good. Then there was the egg. Alright, so we'll scan both the rings, then we'll head over to one of those stations, grab our limpets, then we should be good to go. But if you get the kind of yields LGD as you did for Platinum, the profits and merits of LGD will be greater than what's possible with Platinum laser mining. Really? So it did seem like with these bigger chunks that we were getting quite a bit faster Platinum Bay coverage. So where on earth is that thing going? You stupid limpet, I just wanted you on the ring. We're gonna have to get closer. Is he going to curve? Alright, good. So we got that all scanned. Let's head to the station. Good news is it's a medium ship, so you can land basically anywhere. That is one advantage to having a medium over the large ships. Large ones have a lot more restrictions when it comes to places you can actually go to. That was different compared to all the other people who tested it out. I actually preferred the way that it flew before they tweaked it. LTD, 4x subsurface asteroid, you would reset with a fight bay and mine in a loop. So a couple other commanders recommended it. I did give them the idea to FDev, but I don't know if it would actually be implemented. But they were saying it'd be cool for the hangar bay to actually have like the fighter be like a new classification for this ship in particular, or just in general. But then you can have it so the fighter bay actually acts as like a mining ship, so like for cores or even like surface deposits, it'd be cool to have like, I don't know, a friend or somebody hop inside of the extra ship and just go around and do that while you're getting the main surfaces. I don't know if it'll be a thing or not though, but it'd be cool. Especially since they force you to have the hangar bay. So let's loop around. Now, for LTDs, we're just talking about normal, the Gatling gun. It's the only thing that you guys want me to test, right? Or do I need to try to buy a surface displacement gun? I guess I can always call it. Hey, thanks so much for following. two? No, okay. That's not one alert. The headset is that. They look really cool. This is actually the A50. New mining fighter would be fun, and that'd be so fun. Yeah, and plus it sort of makes like a little bit more sense when it comes to like being forced to have a fighter bay. I don't know if they would ever turn it into like a mining ship though. Enjoy your ride. Yeah, thank you. How you doing tonight? Matthew? I assume I'm saying your name right. If not, I apologize.
Docking request granted.
I feel like if they didn't have the idea originally, though, that it would take them a while to actually, like, have it be a thing. Or maybe they're just trying to future-proof it. Maybe that's something that's in the works, and that's why the hangar bay exists. Because, I mean, as it sits now, the Type-11 is much faster than the Type-9 Heavy, and Type-10 also. So it doesn't necessarily, like, need to rely on a fighter bay to, like, get away from things. Like, it's got decent speed.
Lighting gear deployed.
Don't stay way too late. I should have been sleeping 6 hours ago. Ooh. Well, I hope you're able to get some sleep.
Hull integrity compromised. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Right, let's grab you. Do you like the idea of the fighter bay? Given I'm used to the Crate Mark II, I'm definitely be optional.
Cargo hold at maximum.
So we got that. Here, I'll restart. I didn't even know you could buy it 10% at a time. Let's see if I can fin up pirates in a hazardous location because the lack of non-mining slots is making doubtful. Yeah, have a good night. Non-mining spots. I think there's one possibly in Capricorni B. I think that there's an overlap for something. I don't think it's a high value item though. I'll have to see if I can figure out like the best locations for Hazres when it comes to mining. Unless someone here already knows the answer. 2, 1. Yeah, I knew they had a multiplayer, but I don't know. I think the Capricorni one might have a platinum overlap, but I could be wrong. There's another way of doing it. It's not exactly like the best guaranteed way, but some places you're actually able to stay about 14k away from like the main center area, and usually the pirates won't notice you. But it's kind of RNG depending on if they actually spawn near you or not. So, I mean, the fighters are decent in this game, but I don't know if they would actually be able to like save you with one fighter. And since they only buffed the Gatling gun and they didn't actually give like any like huge buffs to the fighter itself, then I don't know if that one's going to be any useful or not. Alright, so hold on. Is it an overlap here, or is it just the one low temp? Alright, so there's two separate ones, but it looks like they're just by themselves. First time I've actually mined for something other than platinum. Intentionally. Should be great for mixed combat and mining gameplay, and has res to wreck the monotony. 3 small and medium hardpoint seems weak. So, oh, you mean for defense-wise? Yeah, I don't know how well this thing would actually be able to defend itself. The gun itself, though, with the changes they did to it, basically they made it so you don't even need the mining lasers anymore. It's kind of cool. These actually look a little bit different. Maybe it's just the lighting. Now there's a few places that still have to overlap. Hold on. So let's put that back to what we had it originally.
Scan detected.
We got nothing. We're broke. Still broke. So what percentage is good for low temp diamonds? Is it like the same as platinum, so all hotspots go up to like 56%? Or is there like a certain percentage that we're actually looking for? Oh, 285, sector CC and K A382 for a real FTT overlap.
Asteroid scan complete.
Yeah, you too. Have a good night. Oh, the 27 was good? Alright, hold on. Let me... I think it was this one.
Prospector limpet engaged.
20% is good for LTDs? Gotcha.
Complete.
Sorry about that. I was looking for the 60%.
Prospector limpet failed.
So what are the highs for LTDs then, if 20 is good?
Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
I assume I'm probably going to have to add like the liquid oxygen and lithium hydroxide to my ignore list. We'll see. Alright, students have a yield percentage, half that of the metal rings. So 30% is max. Oh, gotcha. So 25 is basically as good as we can get then. Glad you... Oh. Alright, there we go. So it should be ignoring everything but the low temp diamonds. Hello, Mr. Collectors. Alright, so we can dump the liquid oxygen one. Here we go. With it being restricted to like 0.5% compared to what the normal is, what like typically what would be a good amount for one asteroid? Do you know?
Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
I apologize for shooting my limpets. I gotta still get a little bit better at when it comes to aiming with this gun. But it's much better than last time we tried it. So it looks like that one gave us 14 low temp and 8 inside the hopper. What guess I have a few lasers. I could just try that.
Asteroid scan complete. Programming limpet drone.
5 to 7 ton per big round.
Failed.
Oh, so this is a good amount. About double what you normally get.
Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
You normally get that from a core. Yeah, so whenever you're doing the Gatling gun, those big chunks, they're basically going to be the same amount that you would get from a core. And the small ones are just what, you know, like the normal lasers would give.
Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector limpet failed.
Xeno's psychology group.
Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
So this is where you get like most of the medical supplies, then is the ice rings.
Programming limpet drone. Prospector limpet failed.
At least someone named Hope's a friendly person.
Prospector limpet engaged. Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete.
Well, I mean, worst case scenario, we just dump our cargo.
Prospector limpet engaged.
By the way, Commander Mastodon, were you the one who asked me on Reddit to try for the LTDs?
Programming
Or was that somebody else?
Prospector limpet failed.
Oh, nice. Sorry about it taking a little bit to actually test it out.
Engaged.
They released the whole statement about, you know, changing the whole ship, and after that I was like, well, all the testing's basically worthless.
Programming limpet drone. Prospector limpet failed.
Now, when I was testing it out on different platinum rocks, I will say that, I don't know about this current way,
Limpet engaged.
but the gun does seem to be a little inconsistent, so sometimes you might get like 14, where other times you might get like 12, and then sometimes you might get like, I don't know, 16 or some crazy number afterwards. So it does have a little bit more variety, since it depends on how many big chunks you actually get per rock.
Prospector limpet engaged.
Oh, you're welcome.
Asteroid scan complete. Programming limpet drone.
Like I said, I'm just here for whatever anyone wants tested.
Failed.
I think once the ship goes to the real game, though,
Engaged.
I'm probably going to have a similar build to the stock one, ironically. Usually I change a whole bunch of stuff. I think with this one, the only thing I'm going to get rid of is... Well, I'll probably put a better FSD in, you know, obviously engineer some stuff.
Asteroid scan complete.
But I don't think this ship actually needs to have like everything stripped off from it. So if you're wanting to use it as a core and a mining vessel, I think this one can actually handle it now with the way the Gatling gun's handling. If they lower the gun, then it probably wouldn't be able to. But I don't think there's an actual purpose to having lasers on this ship.
Prospector limpet engaged.
Oh yeah, and for anyone curious, like,
Scan.
here, we can try to put like minimal pips into weapons. Did I accidentally turn off my gun? There it goes. Yeah, for anyone curious, this Gatling gun, you can literally hold it on the entire time, and you're going to notice that it like goes down a little bit once you only have one pip in it. But as soon as you put it to like 3 or 4 pips, usually you gain more power shooting the gun than you do actually shooting it. Yeah, you could probably downsize the distributor. I have it currently on the size 7 distributor with super conduits and weapon focused. Now, if you're going to be adding in a whole bunch of like stuff for cores and surface money, you probably still want to have that. But basically, it's going to be the same power distributor that you have in all your mining chips. But literally, like, as soon as you put 4 pips into weapons, you gain more power than you use shooting it. And heat-wise, the thing's super efficient too. Like, you can literally just like hold a rubber band to a trigger and just keep it like that for a very long time.
Asteroid scan complete.
Well, I'm glad we accidentally found the one good rock when it comes to low temp stuff.
Prospector limpet failed.
Hey, Elite, how are you doing today?
Prospector limpet engaged.
Oh, no.
Asteroid scan
Yeah, that's a good question. I still have that thing turned on. Hold on.
Prospector limpet.
Oh, I accidentally had it off. Yeah, that was my bad. Someone did the Jeff thing and it stuck last time, then I took it off.
Prospector
There you go. Hey,
engaged.
I'll refund you.
Asteroid scan complete.
Yeah, I got you. We're testing out the new ship. They completely overhauled it from last time that we tested it, so now this thing's gun is insane.
Asteroid scan complete.
Although, if for anyone that's like actually interested in buying this, just so you guys are aware, the standard one is going to need a lot of components swapped out to make it good.
Engaged.
However, you should be able to have basically everything you need relatively cheap. Like, it's not going to need a huge amount of stuff, but most of the stuff the standard one comes with is going to be grade E, where most of the stuff on the Stellar will be grade A. The Stellar and the Galactic Edition are going to have roughly the exact same components. The only difference is going to be mostly cosmetics. So grab the low temp. Let's see, so methanol, crystals, water. I think we'll have to add all those to the ignore list. Let's see, new contacts. Water to the ignore list. I think that's everything. Yeah, that's the only shit that has the Gatling gun. It looks really cool when you're shooting it too. I never noticed. I don't think the ones in the actual front get shot too often. It's mostly the ones on the sides. Did a nice job engineering the ship, though. It looks really cool. Or designing it, I guess, is a better way of saying it. Alright, so hold on. It's you. You and you. Oops. So it looks like even a 11%, we're still roughly getting about 6 So I guess your old... Oh, hold on. Abandoned. Your old max is now roughly what like a small one is with this gun. Good news is though, once we add all this stuff to the door list, if we ever did do LTDs and came back to this area, we won't actually have to fight it. So how much is a low temp diamond even worth though?
Collector limpet expired. Prospect limpet engaged.
Alright, so hold on. So, just out of curiosity.
Asteroid scan complete. Collector limpet expired.
Alright, so commodities. So let's do low temp.
Collector limpet expired.
Well, actually, oh, on a bad day. Gotcha. About to say, there's someone that's buying for 485,000. But that's just the normal fleet carrier. And then the Magnus Gateway is buying it for 314,000. So I think the highest we sold platinum is like 285 or maybe 385. Like in sky high over 500k. Ooh, really? Now, are you talking about from like carrier, like fleet carrier prices, or for like in-game market stuff? That means this is one of those commodities that you don't necessarily like mine and sell the same night. You would want to mine it and then trade it like later on when the prices go back to what you want. Oh, really?
Prospect limpet engaged.
10%.
Asteroid scan complete.
All right, so 10.33. We have 2% in the hopper, so that's basically 0, so we'll just leave it how it is. Oh, by the way, for anyone curious what we were talking about earlier, so you're going to notice that it drops down to 98.02. Every single time that this thing has a chunk, it's going to have that exact same amount, or fragment, whatever you want to call it. The next one should be about 96 or so. 96.03. And you notice that the big chunks is going to give off the exact same percentage, so it's not like it's going to be a huge amount of difference. We got one so far, so hold on. Let's shoot this one slow and see how many big chunks we get. Alright, so we're up to 2. Cool that the asteroids look different inside the ice fields too. I've actually been over one of these before. I'm sure limits are like, why are we going so slow? Alright, so we got 3. Four. 5. 6. Shot that one, but there is 6. 7. 8. Now, if you're just holding it down, it usually takes about 20 seconds or so to crack open an asteroid now. We're just like slowly testing some stuff out though, so that's why we're more science and things tonight. Alright, so we're up to 9 already. 10. Theoretically, it would be 24 big chunks if it stays with the consistent amount. 13. Yeah, science is good. Just a little bit slower whenever you're like fully science and things. Number 14, 15. 16. They count the same as cores, so they'll have a lot more value compared to like the smaller fragments. $15, 16, 17. They actually break off the same amount of percentage though. 18, 19. 20. 1. 22. 23. 4. 25. Alright, so it's random. Big chunks are the same ones you get from core mining or displacement mining, right? Yeah, exactly. I think last time we were having like 6, so the 25 is like a huge difference. Let's hold on. $25 is as good as it making it explode? Well, no. Once you actually explode the core, those chunks are roughly about the same amount of value. Alright, so that one we went from 20 to 24 with low temp. I thought we ignored water. Right, so abandon that. That means we'll roughly get like 4 to 5 tons per 10%. Oh, that is true. That is something we'll have to test out and see. I was told that the bigger chunks are the same amount of value as what the cores do. But I don't know like the exact value of each different core versus the big chunks. That'd be something we would need a full overhaul for though. So I guess while we're at the station, we could technically store all of our components and sell the ship and then respawn it. Then it should have everything we need for core mining. Though I am wondering, on the testing universe, would that be the same cores, or is that a different one? That's one thing that I kind of wish that we actually had a little bit more access to. If it was more of like a creative, like free roam that I could do, I would just spawn in the same asteroid percentages that we could like fully break down and test everything. Because it does have quite a bit of variances depending on like how many fragments are going to be breaking off. So if we had like 5 identical asteroids, it would be much easier to like fully test everything. Even if you find the same percentage, sometimes they'll break away different fragments at different paces. So some will always give you more yield, even if it's a different, or I mean, even if it's the same percentage being maxed out. But I think cores usually get, what, 3 or 4 pieces? That was also before they buffed everything, too. Panite rocks are about 40%.
Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
Is that what you usually mine is panite?
Programming limpet
I will say usually we're fairly basic and always just stick to platinum. But I might actually try to do this LTD on the main verse. After the bunny event goes away.
Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
Bunny get 15 chunks? Oh, gotcha, okay. So yeah, theoretically then, if this stays consistent with the 25 big chunks, then it should give you a higher yield.
Prospector limpet engaged.
Alright, so the math stays consistent. We should roughly get about 4 again. We'll say that was 4.5, because it was at 20 last time. So if we get to like 29, then it'll stay relatively. I was doing Panite earlier today for the upcoming CG. Oh, is the community event not actually started yet? Oh, gotcha. So, one slight nuisance to having this many collectors, it's kind of hard to add things to the ignore list because you pick them up so quick. But I think we got most of the stuff we want to ignore ignored. Alright, so if that stayed consistent, we should be roughly at like 29. $30 and 73. That's a little bit better. That was a 9% node. We got about 5.5 to 6 tons from that one. That was at 9%. But in the new CG, maybe Monday when the ship launches.
Complete.
Yeah, I would either expect it Monday or when they do like the main weekly recycle. Although it is kind of weird, it seems like they're just picking like random events. Like so far, we had the science vessel, and it like tied randomly into an exploration event, which I'm not sure how that goes into it. And then now randomly we're mining for the people. Although there was some debate about the person that we gathered the data for, if they were actually like good or if they were just like some villain trying to like steal data or something, but I don't know how it all connects into like a bigger goal yet. I'm not sure. I don't think they actually released like any information on it, but what would people like, want or expect from this mining event? Like, is there a certain piece on your ship that you would hope drops? So you know the exploration one was kind of lackluster when it came to the detailed surface scanner.
Asteroid scan complete.
Then also to stay in the top percent, that's going to be interesting.
Failed.
What's your cargo hatch? When you ignore materials, it makes it far easier to manage the list.
Prospect
Fair point.
limpet expired. Asteroid scan complete.
The reward is the new cargo racks that have extra space? Oh, they already released the reward. That is so much better for the large chunks compared to when it originally came out, though. Beforehand, we were getting like 2 to 6. This is like way higher amount.
Expired. Collector limpet expired.
So I think it'll still take a little bit longer to like fill yourself, but it does seem to be decent when it comes to low temp diamonds. The Explorer mapping is the lead story, and the CG is just to push the ship.
Expired.
Oh, I thought this was actually tied to the CG though, or the event though, isn't it? Or wasn't that what they were trying to like push? Oh, that's just water, that's why. I thought they'd like try to tie it in lore-wise to the guy needing the materials. What happened? They canceled the new ship release, but forgot to cancel the CG, so people were able to screenshot the CG before FDev removed the CG as well. Oh, okay. So they haven't actually like fully publicly listed if it's going to be the same or not. That's interesting. I wonder if they'll tweak it. Or if they'll keep the cargo racks. I mean, I know the cargo racks are a huge difference. Although, yeah, I guess with a medium ship, it would add quite a bit of extra storage. I bet with it all, like, the pre-engineered racks, we could probably get it up to, like, maybe 330? Right now it's sitting at 273. Obviously, it's still going to be a huge difference compared to the large ships, but it's a medium ship.
Asteroid scan complete. Programming limpet. Prospector limpet failed. Limpet engaged.
You can farm a lot of tritium here, too.
Asteroid scan complete.
Been wondering that too since I already began grabbing some pinite. It'd suck if they changed up the minerals. I think they already I think they already listed what minerals are going to be in the event. I mean, we still have the other lasers, so we can tread on a few of these asteroids and see if we can actually get it to work the way we're wanting. So the thing is, usually with laser mining, you would want to shoot the bottom lasers second, that way you can actually grab the chunks easier on the bottom. But the thing is, this one acts a little bit different. The Gatling gun's not going to be like consistently shooting in the same spot. And on top of that, if only the Gatling gun spawns in the chunks, if that method did still work, I feel like it would mess up the whole spawning of the big chunks, so maybe that wouldn't be a good idea. If it even worked at all. Don't necessarily need tritium. Hey Cray, how you doing tonight? The Type-11 got buffed, so we're trying it out. So maybe we'll try that in this firing group.
Prospector limpet engaged.
That'd be group 2. The only thing we have to turn on is the collectors at the bottom. Well, lime's always good. So they've completely like reworked everything that we tried before in the Type-11. They made it so the crazy amount of limpets that it used to have now basically has double it. And the large chunks, I'm pretty sure at least like quadrupled what we were getting beforehand. I don't remember it getting 25. And the collector limits are actually faster too, so yeah, this got like a huge buff compared to what it was. And I don't know if it's just because a lot of people were originally talking about not buying it because it was like a waste, or if they intended it for it to always be good. Hey, thanks so much for following. Then again, yeah, I've said it before, and I mean, I'm fine going on record for it. Since this ship is purposely built to be a mining ship, I feel like it kind of has to be good at mining. If it didn't do that job good, then there wouldn't be a point to it. So I'm not disappointed by the fact that they made it better. I think it was a good change. Yeah, I assume you're out getting killed in Star Citizen. Mustang was looking for people to play Marvel Rivals with him earlier tonight. Like wrong shit. So for the people who usually like farm up low temp diamonds, how long does it usually take to like fully fill your cargo bay? Obviously it'd be a little bit of luck. If there were any tweaks to the ship though, I feel like if they had a bigger prospector slot available, like if they made like its own dedicated prospector where it could shoot more, and then also if they were able to, I think that would actually be the only thing I would change, is just having slightly better prospector. And obviously a lot of people were disappointed by the storage, but they're comparing like a ship that was the best of basically all mining and cargo hauling slots to this one, so it's a hard competition. Not as of yet, but might be getting on in a bit. Just woke up, getting around and stuff. Oh, gotcha. Just woke up. It's 12:30. Oh, Mr. Prospector. Medium-sized ships, this will be the top in the class? Yeah, most definitely. Oh! And at some point, I don't know if it's this week or next week, but we should have more, like, skins coming out soon, too. I believe. I'm pretty sure I read that somewhere. Life and sleep schedules in the state of living. Well, that's always cool. Interesting. My sleep cycle's been messed up for a while too. Oh, yeah, I said it earlier, but for anyone missing, the reason why we've been a little bit slower on streams lately is we took a break for the birthday, and then now we're back. However, there is a slight chance that we'll either have a tropical storm or hurricane early next week, so depending on that, depends on what we'll be doing Monday and Tuesday. We have to evacuate though, then probably be a few more days off. Nada. Sleep cycles get further off as you age. Hopefully not. My sleep cycle's already crazy enough. Alright, so currently we are sitting at 40. Oh, you want me to go out there with like a raincoat? Why is it? Alright, we're good. Alright, so the 6%, we'll just take it. Around an hour to fill up 192 of LTDs, but usually I'm going for cores or subsurface deposits, which for LTDs are almost as good as finding a core. Alright, so this time we'll try it out and see. I don't think it's going to work though. Yeah, so if you have a laser and the Gatling gun's going to take priority regardless. So the laser's not actually making any of the chunks at all appear from the bottom. And I'm pretty sure it actually hurt the amount of chunks spawning in. So this one's definitely better without the additional lasers. Interesting. So it takes you about an hour. Now obviously we had the subsurface, so it would be another relatively easy, consistent thing to scrape. Doesn't seem like there's too many asteroids with the low temps in it though. But I feel like if we were in like a overlap spot, this would be going much quicker too. Raincoat and microphone and try to stand upright while explaining what you see, even though none of us can hear you in the fierce rain, wind noise, you know, one of those tropical storm bingo spots. Yeah, there we go.
Prospect limpet engaged.
For minerals that can be laser mined and core mined, such as LTDs, the ship will be the new meta. Getting a lot for a mineral that can only be core mined, it might be the same as a normal ship. Oh. Like I said, I never actually have gone for low temp diamonds, so I wasn't really sure what to expect. Obviously, compared to platinum, this feels like it's moving much slower. That's why I was kind of disappointed by the results, but if we're doing really good, then that's good to know. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Somewhere around 20. They're definitely much bigger fragments too. If you get extra lucky, a random street sign or uprooted bush will blow into you and knock you over. No, I'm good. Although, last time, there was like an actual like major hurricane or tropical storm here. I think it was a hurricane actually. I'm pretty sure we were in a different state at the time. And we checked like the local news since, you know, normally they're posted all over the TV. But there was a group of, what's the best way to say this? There was a group of interesting teenagers that were playing around in water right next to a power line that was down. And the news crew were just like recording it instead of telling them to get out of the water. With the line that was clearly still active and you could still see the sparks in the water. I have no clue how no one thought to tell them to get out the way. But it was very weird. That was like the weirdest thing I've ever seen on TV. I'm good. I don't like water.
Prospect limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
It bleeds, it leads. Oh, by the way, for anyone new here who saw like the previous Type-11 test, so the difference between what happened now versus before, they increased the gun's damage, so it does a lot more chunks now. The limpet controller itself actually moved from 8 to 14, so it has way more limpets. And it has a higher percentage of spawning the bigger chunks. So basically, it came like twice as good as what was previous.
Collector limpet expired. Prospect limpet failed.
So far, we're already up to 57.
Engaged.
We're not doing a horrible.
Collector limpet expired.
Water. 23.
Complete. Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired. Prospector limpet failed.
Although, with the way the ship's designed, if you did have it set up for surface, core, and laser mining, since it has the Gatling gun, you should theoretically be able to hit all of like the main mining niches to it. You would probably be able to triple or quadruple the amount of speed it takes to actually fill up your cargo bay, since you'd have access to literally every way possible of getting what you're looking for. So they released a new ship in a recent line of OP new ships, and it was not OP enough. Actually, the Type-11 was... I thought it was fun, and I liked it, but yeah, last time I tried it out, it definitely was not, like, the best ship. So far, a lot of people still compare it to, like, the Corvette or the Clipper, which have much higher capacity of storage and way more damage output. But they're also both large ships, so it's kind of hard to compare a large and medium ship, in my opinion. But we seem to be pretty consistently getting about 20 chunks using just the Gatling gun, so I think that's the best method. And also, I can't tell if it actually spawns in more chunks if you spin around in a circle or not. Or it just looks really cool seeing all the big chunks, and then it just makes it easier to see. Though, I guess maybe we have this amount of collectors since this is a lot less consistent when it comes to where the pieces are falling out of. So even though we're using way more limpets, technically this is sort of like make it even compared to what it would normally take to grab it. So that could be a reason why they sped it up. The main miner is the cutter also. Have you tried the Clipper? Or do you have access to the Clipper yet? There's so many ships in this game that I guess at some point you're just going to have to like retire a ship and... Actually, you know what? I know that they've done this in like Ark Survival Evolved, for example. One really cool thing that they could do is, like, let's say you wanted to retire a ship, like you bought the cosmetics for it years ago, or you had like a cool ship skin that you won from like a Twitch drop or whatever. You didn't want to have access to that ship anymore, or let's say you did but you wanted to have it in a different spot. It'd be really cool if, like, let's say the original Python you no longer used, and you could just turn it into a bobblehead on your ship for like your own ship that you used to own, and then you can eventually turn it back into a normal ship if you ever wanted to. That'd be a cool way to like store ships without it having like a huge list of ships all over the place. Like the Corsair over the Clipper. Really? A lot of people seem to like the Corsair. I got my butt kicked trying to fight pirates with it. I like the way it looks though. The cockpit reminds me of like a 40s fighter.
Prospector limpet engaged. Programming limpet drone. Asteroid.
Oh yeah. Speaking of that, for anyone curious what the holographic Galactic Edition looks like, this is what the Galactic version of the Type-11 is. Is it worth the price? Well, that is fully your own opinion. The Stellar version does come with the same amount of equipment though, so mostly you're buying it for the cosmetics. I know that went somewhere, but I have no clue where it went.
Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged.
Nada.
Asteroid scan complete.
I think it's just the limpets on this one. Oh, hold on, I can read the notes real quick though.
Prospector limpet failed. limpet engaged.
Let's see here.
Asteroid scan complete.
Actually, you know what I can do? I can just copy and paste it, so hold on. Sorry, I accidentally muted myself. Alright, so more than double the money damage, increased results with fragments per second, increase the limpet speed. It doesn't say if it's just in the limpet controller itself, but it does classify under the Type-11 mining rebalance. Obviously, the limpet count went from 8 to 14, increase the chance of enriched chunks spawning. That definitely is working. Reduce the mining volley spread. That is also working. And the strobe lights, I haven't actually seen that, but since we're not using any lights overhead, we haven't really ran into that issue. But I would have to assume it would just be for this ship in particular. I didn't realize that they slowed limpets down a while ago, though. Never noticed. Also, they didn't say how much they sped it up. That's all I have the information for speed-wise. Let's see here. From what you have seen, do you think Type-11 is worth it in arcs in the current state? So this new version is way better than what we tried out last time. I'll just be honest, you can set your own opinion if you think the galactic version is worth the extra additional arc cost. It's going to be the same as the Stellar Edition, just with the holographic display and a couple different ship kits. But it's the same actual, like, component, so nothing changed component-wise between the two editions. The Standard Edition, everything comes with E. So if you are going to be buying that, just so you know, you'll basically have to revamp everything. Also, ironically, the Standard Edition doesn't have, like, any additional mining stuff. Everything's just going to be bare bones. You have to buy all of it. Looks much more nimble, is it? I think it handles pretty good. I think it, in my opinion, handles worse than last time I tested it out. But I was one of the few ones who liked the way it flew last time. This time it just feels like it's a little, I don't know. I personally like the faster roll, what it had beforehand. So I guess it's up to preference. But they did tweak the roll, so it, you might like it better. Friendly for everyone who's just joining us though, we are testing to see low temp diamonds. We were in platinum originally. Platinum, it takes about 20 seconds to open the asteroid, where beforehand it took a solid minute. So the speed wise increased a huge amount, and the large chunks also were getting over 20 per asteroid compared to like the 2 to 6 or whatever it was beforehand. So it has way more opportunity to spawn in the big chunks. So I think in the current state, it's definitely going to be a strong medium mining ship. I don't know if it's going to be as fast profit per hour as, let's say, like one of the large mining ships that have access to more hardpoints. But it would probably be pretty close now. Because typically we were getting a higher yield beforehand just with the gun itself. So now the gun's actually able to handle its own. You won't need to have like additional lasers, which will allow you to have a ship set up for basically all the different mining aspects. You should be able to do core, surface, and laser mining all with this one ship. And it seems like adding the additional lasers don't really help too much when it comes to opening the asteroids. It's not going to guarantee that the big chunks will spawn on the bottom or anything crazy, so if you're trying to figure out like an ideal build, probably just keeping what they actually set with when it comes to the main weapons is going to be ideal. Unless you're trying to do like a Haz-Res site, then you'll probably want to bring a couple weapons instead. Water. And if anyone has any other stuff that they want us to test out, please feel free to let us know and we can go over and try it out. Oh, for the people who do want to add in the additional mining lasers though, just so you guys are aware, it does come with a size 6 power plant, so you're not going to be able to fit more than 2 size 2 lasers on it. It has enough room hardpoint wise, but you're just going to overload the system having more than 2 additional size 2 lasers. You can add in a few of the size 1s though, especially the pre-engineered, but anything more than the 2 will start heating your ship up super fast.
Asteroid scan complete.
Yeah. For anyone curious, we do have our power plant and our power distributor set up for mining specifically. So we have weapon focused with super conduits, and then for the power plant, we have low emissions and we have thermal spread? I think that's what it's called.
Asteroid scan complete.
If you're laser mining, the ship is way better than a large ship, mainly because you're getting so many of those large chunks from laser mining. No large ship can do that. Yeah, I would just have to like test and see like how long it takes like a Corvette or a Clipper that's like fully set up for laser mining. I don't know how long it would take one of those ships to actually like crack open a rock. If it's about 20 seconds, then theoretically this ship should outperform it. You're just going to have to spend more time going back and forth offloading. So that's the only downside between the two. But if it takes roughly the same amount of time, then this one should definitely be able to get more credits per hour.
Asteroid scan complete.
Well, I guess we could try Void Opals too. I think that's another rare one.
Engaged.
Though I don't know if people still try to farm those.
Asteroid scan complete.
Alright, so hold on, where's the actual planet at? Alright, so we're only 37 away, so we're not too far. Being medium size is a big bonus for a player like me, I assume. I get bored easy, and this thing will keep things fresh. Oh yeah, most definitely. That's another thing too, if you're more into the action side of things, the large ships do take quite a while to fill up. So, yeah, especially if you're wanting to keep things a little bit more mixed up, medium ships are the way to go. I have no clue if we accidentally clipped into that one, or how he ended up flying past us, but that was kind of funny.
Asteroid scan complete.
Also, I'm not sure if this is going to have the same amount of low temp diamonds spawning compared to the normal verse. I assume it would have the same amount, but I don't know if there's like any values tweaked inside of the testing universe. Also, I should state that technically all this is subject to change since it's not technically out yet, but I wouldn't expect them to lower the ship's performance. I would probably assume that it's going to keep the same values. Unless a bunch of people start like trying to claim it's like pay to win and put up like a huge uproar, I don't see why they would tweak it worse. Handling wise though, I think I still prefer the Python when it comes to like full on nibbleness, but this one's not too bad. I gave them a suggestion for it. Currently, the fighter is just literally a fighter, so it's the same as all the other ones. That was one of the things that I told him about, is possibly having it set up as a mining variant. That way people can use it to like help crack open cores or something. I think that would be really cool, and especially if this one has worse handling, than like a Python, for example. If the fighter bays always have really good flying mechanics. But the thing is, since I wasn't part of the actual like dev team cycle, I told them about it, but there's no guarantee that it'll ever be made. And on top of that, they might like the idea, and it might just be something that's being worked on currently. As it sits now, no, it's just a normal fighter bay. But maybe in the future it'll actually do something for mining.
Asteroid scan complete. Programming drone.
I feel like that's a lot more feasible than having like the people who keep saying ship interiors. I feel like the mining ship makes a lot more sense.
Prospector limpet engaged.
Would be cool if it would laser mine alongside with you like people do in Wings.
Complete.
Well, not just that, but like even if you're helping a newer commander out, just like paying some dude to go crack open the cores for you, or just like teach your friend how to do it in a more nimble ship. There's a lot of uses that you can do it. They can just have it set so the main ship's the one that detonates the charge.
Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete. Programming limpet drone. Prospector limpet failed.
So obviously it's not a guarantee to find the low temp diamonds, but
Engaged.
got 70 so far.
Asteroid scan complete. Programming limpet drone.
Also, we've done some random tests along the way too, so that is going to affect the amount of time it's actually taking to fill up our cargo bay. But in my opinion, it doesn't seem too overpowered. It seems like a good ship, especially since it's dedicated to mining. I think they did good with it.
Engaged. Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete.
If you're someone who likes like the huge amount of cargo like the Clipper is going to be able to offer, the Corvette, then you might be disappointed since it's probably going to max out at like 300 or so. I'm saying 300 if you have the pre-engineered cargo racks.
Asteroid scan complete.
You might be able to tweak the build slightly and get a little bit more storage. So you could probably get it up to... Thing is, it sits right now without having any pre-engineered stuff, 280. So, I mean, obviously that's a lot less than like, let's say the 832 or whatever from the Clipper, but it is a medium ship. Would be interesting if FDev made it so as time passes, a random chance increases that a pirate will spawn. I feel like a lot of mining people would be very angry. Have a good night, buddy. But like what I'm seeing now, the T-11, I wish they had 300 ton with a shield, but this can do all the mining all at once as well. Yeah, like I was saying, you should be able to turn this into your all-in-one mining stop instead of having to have like a dedicated ship for each different thing. It seems like the large chunks spawn a decent amount too. Oh, okay, hold on. So that's just 31%, 12, 43, 17. Eight. The obvious is kind of random, But it seems like the average for the small ones is about 12 or so or less, where the big ones can get all the way up to 45%. Go on, little limpets. Go do your job. Oh, if everyone curious why we have our collectors on our firing order, basically, whenever your limpet dies, it's going to spawn a new one in for you, so you're able to constantly have a new limpet running. Usually, we would have a laser on the bottom B, so like all the chunks go in like an easy spot to gather. With the Gatling gun, though, it sort of shoots randomly, and it seems like having those additional lasers don't actually help it anymore. Beforehand, it was helping a ton because it took forever to actually crack open an asteroid. Now we got to the point, though, where it's only taken us like 20 seconds to open one. So it seems like it's faster just to use the Gatling gun itself. Okay, well, we got a decent amount of data for what we're doing so far, so let's... I should be able to store my modules here, then we can sell this ship, and then we can alter the build. Yeah, it should have an outfitting. Okay, so 83. Hey, Joshua. Basically, everything we learned last time about the Type-11, they completely changed. So now we're like redoing everything. But how you doing tonight? Oh, okay, it's always good. Have you worked on your engineering any in this game yet? Been saying it for a while now, but I think sometime next week, assuming if things go according to plan, then we should be able to go try to like go to a few Guardian sites and get people some technology. I mean, how your doctor appointment's going to go? Why, is something going on medically wrong with you, or just like a normal checkup? By the way, for anyone who didn't see the news, September 29th, they should be dropping the Type-11 in-game. So they're going to have another maintenance cycle for that night. So anyone who normally plays like a late night for Elite Dangerous, that night you might want to be playing something else, or just keep in mind that they will be turning the servers offline. I think it's going to be for a few hours, like normal. And theoretically, they'll also have it updating on that same weekly cycle as well. Ah, gotcha. Well, hopefully everything goes well. I get that they like to be immersive. But one thing that's always weird is when you're in your own world and you still have to wait for an AI to get off your platform. Alright, we'll wait. This seems much better than last time we played it, though. That's right, get out of here, shoot! Pad 3, how considerate. Assuming they have an outfitting in this station. If not, then that's going to be a little bit hard for us to do things, but sometimes they do.
Hull integrity compromised. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Alright, so for anyone curious about the current build, I guess the outfitting is not the hard part. It's going to be the shipyard. They have a shipyard here. We should be able to sell the ship. They're just spawning again, and we'll see what we would tweak with what we know now. So I don't think the lasers are actually going to be too important. So you can probably get rid of them. Well, hold on. Do we have a shipyard here? Alright, so there's no shipyard. This is going to be the biggest station. So is there any other stars nearby with a large population? Well, that one has a large population. Alright, so where are we currently? 42. Alright, so hold on. So we got that. What about you? 2.2 million. You're 7 light years away. We'll just go to this one. Because theoretically, that place should have a bigger port. Then we should be able to swap things around. Or we could just spawn in the Stellar Edition and move the parts over. Might do that, that way we don't have to change this build too much.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
Alright, so got that.
Gear retracted.
So I know we added the fuel scoop in, but there normally is one. I think that's the only thing in the optionals that we actually changed. So we swapped it originally for more collector limpets. But last time, we still would have ended up with roughly the same amount of collectors. Since we now have the 14 for the one node. Heat sinks, you're not going to need it since this laser never actually overheats your ship. So you won't need any of those. You can run a whole bunch of point defense if you really want to. That's mainly going to be if someone's shooting missiles at you. Pulse wave analyzer, that'll be useful. So let's see. You, yes, we do have a station. Mr. Anderson. We're gonna have to keep the fuel scoop though, especially since we're kind of far out. But if there's anything else that people want us to like mine or test out, please feel free to let us know. So far we tested out on normal platinum, that's definitely sped up a ton. And low temp diamonds, that seems to be doing very well as well. Oh yeah, and I have my schedule posted for up to Sunday. We'll have to see how things go. We might possibly have either a tropical storm or a hurricane nearing us, so depending on what size it gets to will determine if we have to either evacuate or not. And if we do, then we'll probably be missing a few more days of streaming. I'll try to keep it updated on all the platforms that you guys can keep up. Too fast. It's a cool looking planet though. Oh yeah, for anyone curious, we actually did make it all the way back with our exploration data. Haven't turned it in yet, but over in the normal universe, we have our ship parked back inside of Capricorni B. So it is prepared to actually turn in all the data. Now, for people who hate to manually dock, just so you guys are aware, the Stellar and the Galactic Edition do not come with one to automatically dock you, so You're either going to have to learn how to fly with it, or you'll have to pay for your own module. The standard one does come with it, but you would have to take it off for other stuff if you're wanting to fully outfit it.
Hull integrity compromised.
Alright. Let's spawn in the Stellar Edition.
Deploying ground services.
This is what I was saying though, it'd be really cool in this universe if we could just like literally just like shrink our ship and turn it into our own bobblehead. Plus then you can actually like decorate your ship or like your fleet carrier or something with it. Alright, so you, let's just remote sell. You can spawn this guy here. Both these ships are going to be roughly identical, so that's why I'm just moving it over to that one. Plus that way you guys can see like what all comes standard in these ship editions, because they're both going to have the same internal and optionals. So you can see if there's anything that you're wanting to tweak. But we are going to keep the standard mining preset when it comes to our power plant and our power distributor. That's the only thing we currently have. Well, actually, I think I had the engines engineered too. But we won't need any of these lasers, so we won't have to bring them. That we won't need. You, that should all be default. Let's see, so we want the power plant. Huh. Okay, so can't really get rid of that one. You're also internal. As long as it has a bag, that's basically I can tell if I added it or not. So we'll go with that. Fuel scoop and refinery. Oh, I think I dropped the refinery down a class, if I remember right. Alright, there we go. So then let's swap over to the other Type-11. I assume more people are going to like the standard non-holographic look. Although I don't think the holograph looked too bad, but I know a lot of people were a little bit displeased with the way it looked. It was a little bit more flashy. But for the default, it comes with a mining volley, subsurface, seismic chargers, multi-cannon for defense, abrasion blasters, pulse lasers. So it comes with a little bit of everything to defend yourself, surface mine, and core mine. Utility mounts, pulse wave, point defense, shield booster. It does come with a shield, but we're probably going to get rid of it. Alright, so power... Oh, that's another reason why I recommend upgrading your power plants on this thing. You're going to notice that it's basically maxed out at max capacity. You're only going to have 0.2 megawatts of spare power. But, you know, putting in the better power plant and power distributor will fix quite a bit. Alright, so we've got that. You... And we're also going to get rid of a few of the abrasion blasters. Well, actually, no, we can just get rid of the pulse wave lasers. So currently we have it set up for low emissions. Because theoretically we were trying to have it so it could actually hold more of the lasers themselves. But maybe going with the monstered power plant for this one would make more sense. I was debating on getting this, the Mark V Stellar Edition, or the Python Stellar. Are you wanting just a pure dedicated mining ship? Alright, so hold on. So if I get rid of you, what are we looking for power-wise? Alright, so that's still going to be under. So if we modify it with overcharge, that'll actually fix that issue. And hopefully we can keep our thermal spread, which, I mean, this thing never overheats anyway, so that's not really going to be too big of a deal. The shields, hold on. There we go. Get rid of that stupid shield and now we're good. Yeah, that's what my thoughts was. I had the melee for exploration. If you're wanting like the best jack of all trades for a medium ship, I would go with the Type-11, mainly due to the fact that this thing can literally have like all the different mining needs. So it's going to come with your mining volley, which is going to be the best in class for lasers. It takes about 20 seconds to crack open the asteroids compared to a minute, which was beforehand, and it spawns in the big chunks way more frequently. We're getting about 20 to 25 big chunks per asteroid. And as you can see, we can also run with a subsurface, seismic charge launcher, and a little bit of defense if you want, plus the abrasion blaster. So I feel like this is going to be a good like all-arounder. Now the Python's good for core mining, don't get me wrong. And it has really good handling, but other than that, I think it would be a tie between the two. Alright, so hold on. So engines, let's engineer these real quick. Now, if someone was wanting to run a shield, they could run the monstered power plant, but that is going to be a little bit more thermal load on your ship. That'd be more of a user preference. By the way, though, just so you're aware, and unless you're just trying to support the game development, then I'm just going to add this comment. The Cobra Mark V and the Python are both available in-game. Well, that's totally up to you if you're wanting to buy them or not. The Type-11 will be introduced into the ARC store on the 29th. So if you're wanting a brand new ship, then that'll be that. Now, one thing to keep in mind, the Python is going to be on the older end of ship, so it's not exactly going to be designed for SEO in mind. It's a little bit older before they actually had that in-game. So out of the three ships, the Python will be the worst when it comes to SEO. Mining ships, you're not really going to be jumping too far though, so that's not going to be a huge difference in my opinion. So you're probably not going to likely jump across the galaxy in a mining ship. You more than likely use a fleet carrier. Oh yeah, I get you. I just wanted to add in just in case you thought that you had to get like the ship's purchase like on Star Citizen or something. I just wanted to add that it is technically available in-game, in case you didn't know. Alright, so cargo racks, let's see. Alright, so with this current setup, which I mean, honestly, shield boost we don't need. There we go. And that's where the rest of our power was. We get rid of the shield booster and the shield itself. Now, one thing to keep in mind when it comes to this ship, it's going to have a dedicated mining multi-limpet controller. This is now going to have 14 limpets compared to 8 that was originally, and it's still way more limpets than what any other ship's going to be able to get. So if you're wanting just a strictly mining ship, this one does have a huge advantage when it comes to the amount of limpets you can get. It does currently have a fighter bay. There's no like dedicated mining fighter yet in-game. I don't know if there ever will be. So this is mostly going to be for defense. Now, maybe someday they'll have like a mining variant, so maybe that's what it's for eventually. What's the theoretical max range and thermal handling on this guy, considering trying to co-opt into Explorer just because I adore the looks? Hold on, I got you. Say I don't got you because I don't have any of my pre-engineered FCOs. Wait, know what? I can call it here at least, and then we can see what we have for like the standard one. I don't think it's going to be much at all, though. What did I put on there for 61 million? I'll transfer this, then once we come back, we'll take a look and see. I don't think it's going to be more than 40, though. You might be able to get 35 if you add in the pre-engineered SEO drives with the Guardian booster. You might be able to engineer there. Hey, thanks for following. Oh, I forgot to empty my inventory.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
How about you, Mr. Anderson? You buying anything that we got? By the way, for anyone new to selling commodities, when it says low in demand, you typically don't want to sell there. We're on a testing universe though, so it does not matter at all what our profit is. We're just doing it to test out with. But once again, you want to be looking for things that are actually in high demand because they typically pay more. And also look on Anara or like Edie Copilot or any of those different sites to like find the best place to make money.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Can I remove the fighter bay? By remove, you just mean like take it off, right? What does this thing even weigh anyways? Oh, this does add 40 tons. But yeah, if you just wanted to get rid of your fighter. Yeah. So it's a dedicated hangar compartment, so basically your options are the fighter hangar or the fighter hangar. You can get rid of it though, but basically you're just going to have an empty slot. So if you want a little bit extra jump range, you can get rid of it. That's more of a personal preference. I mean, honestly, if they wanted to like fix some of the complaints a lot of people have with this ship comparing it to the big ones, all they would have to do is magically be like, oh, well, we're going to turn this slot into a Mark II mining cargo rack. And then they can have it so it has additional cargo bay capacity for like mine minerals or something. That's literally all they would have to do to have this thing have more storage. So if they wanted to tweak it in the future, they could. I don't think they will though, but if they did want to, that is a possibility, I suppose. You know, its whole mass is equal to the Crate Mark II, which that ship can reach 50 to 60 light years, surprisingly. Really? I didn't realize the Crate Mark II could. I used to use the Python as my exploration ship. Not Python, the Phantom. And for anyone curious what the Stellar Edition looks like, this is what the Stellar one has. So it's going to be roughly the exact same on the inside, like nothing's going to be different between that and the Galactic Edition, but you are going to lose out on the hologram. So if you like the holograms, you have to fork over a little bit extra money. Or if you're fine with just the industrial look, the Stellar one works as well. And if you just want a standard like yellow, that'll be for the cheapest one. Yeah, you know, just a little extra. Alright, so we tried low temp. And I guess we could try void opals just to see if it works in that one too. I don't know like any values for that kind of stuff though when it comes to like if it's better or worse.
Frameshift drive charging.
Not sure if it's currently on the ARC store. I know that it's not currently in game yet, though. I assume you would have to wait till Monday for it to actually be there. Let's see here. Yeah, currently you're not able to buy it yet. Raid Mark II and the Python can reach a decent range if you outfit it specifically for exploration, not better than a dedicated explorer, and certainly no melee, but decent. I actually had a guy in my chat the other day who turned his Corsair into an exploration ship, which I thought was really interesting. I never really thought of doing that. As build-wise go, I don't think the power distributor being weapons focus is like a huge thing on this ship, since it's mainly just the Gatling gun, and that thing is so efficient. Like, as long as we put all of our pips into weapons, we actually recharge our weapon compared to using it. So I don't know, this guy is going to be kind of weird when it comes to like what you actually want to put on it. Alright, so we tried the low temp. We already know it does well on platinum, so that's why we're just doing some random thing. Actually, there's platinum here anyways, but... I think Monzonite's another one that people go for cores with. Not good for exomile, but good for sightseeing, suppose. Some put on Discord get 7 light years out of the Corsair. That must have been the guy. Although, I think he said he had to like fly upside down to like see how to land consistently or something like that. There was something unique about it. I don't remember what it was. Okay, so yeah, that is a little far. I guess we'll try the Monzonite. I have his Corsair that is a mid-rated engineered and gets 70 light years. Why did you pick the Corsair? Just because you liked the way it looked, or what made you think, ah, this ship would be a great exploration ship? It is one ship that I probably should do something with. I really like the way it looks, but I haven't found like anything I'm good with it in yet. I might try to take it for Thargoids, because I think it has kind of similar stats to the Crate Mark II. Curious to see if the more rare minerals in the game, if it's going to be consistent for how much it actually drops. Well, I'm sure this stuff could probably go to Metal Ring 4 anyways. But while we're here, may as well see. Oh. Actually, this is a Metal Ring, never mind. Alright, so now everything's completely changed since we have more stuff.
Scan detected.
We don't need the surface scanner. We don't need a D scanner, so we can get rid of that one. I mean, I guess we could just pulse wave with it. May as well. People will explore anything if they like to ship enough. Fair enough. I'm curious to see how well this thing would handle in a core anyways. Alright, so let's see. What are you? Or it's just gonna be a surface puzzle, one of the two. What does that have a core?
Asteroid scan complete.
Alright, so let's see you. So I'm not sure how everyone else does it when it comes to cores. I just literally go down to my contacts page, that way I don't get confused on where I've actually been. Corsair is wonderful, it gets space for everything you desire, and it looks great. I do think the Corsair looks really pretty. Well, that is much easier to see with night vision on. So average again. Yeah. High strength, so this is going to need the pull charge. For anyone curious, we don't necessarily need this, but I figured may as well do the core over here. Alright, it's a low strength, so we don't need hardly anything for you. Alright, so we got another low. And we're good. We do not have a shield though, so I'm gonna try to get like a little further away. That should be good. So basically in the top right there, you're just looking for that blue check mark. As long as you're inside the blue there, you're good. Then you can go over and detonate it.
Detonation in 10 seconds.
2, 1. So you get about 13 chunks. Interesting. Of those chunks, I guess they're going to be grabbing everything. Actually, no, because we can aim at it manually. Why can I not target you?
Deploy cargo hatch. Limpet drone error. Deploy cargo hatch.
Group A. Deep core mining is sure the most satisfying way to mine. Oh, I think it's really cool to explode things too. I agree. Why will I... It's so weird. I was trying to see the exact value. So that is one thing that the laser does different. You can actually target this different things.
Cargo scoop deployed.
We'll just get all the clickers. How you doing tonight, Mr. J? Probably move my pulse wave over. That's going to be real annoying. Alright, so hold on. There we go. Alright, so firing group. I mean, me personally, I don't really care about the multi-cannon, so we'll probably just get rid of that group. With that row. That one. I mean, really, we can have like a normal mining one, then just a core mining one. That one on 2. 1. Maybe 2 for that one, so we're not really going to use it too often. And I think the Volley acts as an abrasion blaster. So hold on. Do we have any surface deposits? Let's see here.
Incoming message.
So the real question is this going to count? It does break off the chunk. 9%, so it's going to be the same size as everything else. That's another good thing to add to the notes. I don't know why you would want the abrasion blaster then. Also, we're filling our cargo bay up with a bunch of junk, but it is what it is. We don't really care about profit we're making tonight, and I have no clue what ceramidite is or sells for, but it's fine.
Prospector limpet engaged.
And for anyone new to mining, when it says material content, that's not going to be how much materials you're actually going to get out of it. That's going to be for engineering material, which will be a whole separate thing. So even though you have like a lot of chunks dropping, I think that it's redundant now to have like the... Well, we don't have a surface displacement rack, so I think that's fine. I don't know if I would need a abrasion blaster when I had the gun. I don't know which scenario that it would actually be useful for. So maybe it's redundant? Unless someone can think of why you would want the abrasion blaster over it, if it does the same thing.
Asteroid scan complete.
I don't know.
Prospector limpet failed.
That's why someone was saying earlier, if they turn the fighter bay into like a mining, like a smaller ship, it'd be really cool to just go down to deploy your fighter ship and then be able to you know, like set all your charges, and then you can detonate it in your main ship once you're done. So obviously the little fighters are going to have much better handling than even like most ships in the game. I guess we're 151 kilometers out, so we're still a little far.
Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to limpet engaged. Taking damage. Asteroid scan complete.
If it's another core here, either no one comes to this system, or it's because we're on the testing universe. For anyone that's just using the pulse wave analyzer, it's no guarantee that it's going to have what you're looking for when it comes to like the materials. So even if something like, let's say you're going for platinum and you bring your pulse wave analyzer, it can technically lead you to one that has platinum inside the core, but it's not going to be a guarantee that that asteroid actually contains platinum. It'd just be kind of a coincidence.
Engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
Test server is not equal to the live server. It's probably close to a historical copy of live. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. It's cool to be able to move around and do all this testing for you guys. It does seem to pretty consistently spawn in the large chunks when it comes to service deposits. Wasn't sure if the multiplayer for like laser actually counted for it or not. And this is where the actual missile comes into play. Oops. Oh, try the gun on it? I'm probably going to have to find a... Oh, I gotta actually do it. Hold on. Yeah, I think since I already wasted this one, it's not going to work. We might be able to do it again, though. Hold on. Alright, so you are going to still need the displacement missile. That's not going to replace that part. Huh. Been a long time since I actually used the displacement missiles. Yelled that one. Alright, so anyways... How you doing tonight, Mr. Dawn? Yeah, I like the name. Trader plays Elite Dangerous. We tried it out on low temp diamonds earlier tonight. It was getting a lot more than normal. People said that most things that usually is like 5 to 7 tons, we were able to get it all the way up to like 14 or so. You know this or not, but the percentage on the left-hand side is the HUD. It's how many times you shoot the subsurface thingies. Oh, gotcha. So the verdict so far is much better than previously. So the limpet controller got upgraded from 8 to 14. They sped up the limpets, they shrunk down the range of the mining volley itself. Sorry, not the range, the spread. And it does way more damage, so we're getting about 25 big chunks per asteroid. And instead of having a full minute to crack open an asteroid, it's now 20 seconds. So it's like a whole new ship compared to what we tried last time. It'd be interesting to see like how fast you're able to
Prospector limpet engaged.
get profit with this ship compared to like a large ship. And I know some people were saying that it was like overpowered or not now, but I feel like since it's like designed purely for mining and like there's certain things that are just restricted to being mining only, it makes sense for this thing to be good at mining. Like it's hindered everywhere else where other ships you can literally, you could turn a Type 9 into an exploration ship if you wanted to. Where this thing, a lot of it's going to be mostly just for mining. So with that said, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Some people seemed like disappointed by it, but it seems like it's good for what it is now. And also, since the Gatling gun is actually so good, it actually does the same the surface deposit. So the gun itself can do that. It causes the big chunks whenever you're laser mining. So basically, if you're wanting a ship to do all the different types of mining in one, this is going to be the only ship that's able to do that relatively consistently. But and I don't know if it'll change or not, but I did recommend to FDev to turn the fighter bay into like a dedicated mining ship. So I don't know if that would ever actually happen or not. But if it did, that'd be kind of cool. That way you could have like a small ship you deploy and then you're able to do core with that ship instead of having to use your charge on like the Type-11. The Type-11 doesn't handle that bad, but obviously little small fighters will always have better handling.
Prospector limpet engaged.
I went to Monzonite just because I was curious to see what we would get compared to the other stuff, but this does not seem to be going very quickly. Sounds like something I would like. I like a ship that does the thing. This thing definitely does the thing. There is one caveat though. So I don't know how much you're wanting to change your build from like the stock. So just be aware that this does come with the size 6 power plant. So if you're wanting to add in more mining lasers, like it does technically have the hard points for it. But if you try to add more than 2 size 2, mining lasers is going to overheat too quickly. And also, with the low emissions power plant, with it fully grade 5 with the thermal spread, you're also going to run into some power issues if you're running the shield booster and shield. Although, I think most people normally drop those anyways for the mining ships, but yeah, just keep that in mind. You might have to do like something weird like overpowered. But one cool thing about this gun, you can literally hold it down and like, as long as you have 4 pips into weapons, it'll actually like charge itself up faster than you're spinning. Actually, hold on. There we go. So if you have it at 2 points into the pips, it'll like slowly go down. But you'll notice our heat, like we're hardly using any heat at all. And then if you bump it up to 3, you're going to actually be keeping even, and 4, you'll generate more power than the gun itself is using, so it's super efficient, which is another really cool thing. You're also going to notice your heat. We got up to 35 and now we're cooling off while we're shooting. So heat's not really going to be an issue either, so you probably don't even need to have a thermal spread or super conduits. It's just that, you know, that's sort of the default for mining ships, so it's kind of weird that this thing's so efficient when it comes to that. But the gun itself, like, I don't know, it's really unique when it comes to how much it's handled. Relatively new to ED, to be honest. I wouldn't even know what to swap things out for. I don't mind much at all, but I like to have a ship that does in case I have to. Now's a good time to learn. They'll be having a new mining event here soon. And typically during the events, you'll be able to make a lot more profit. Having more power in a section helps the heat dissipation of that item, that section that generates heat. On 2, it'll go up higher. And 9, 31, 33. Oh, it does go up a little bit higher. I wonder how much higher. Up to 43, 45, As you can see though, it takes a extremely long time to overheat this thing. Then if you just put a couple pips into weapons, it'll also cool off. So I don't think that this one's going to be one that you're going to really have to worry about temperatures too much. When heat generation is a function of the distributor level. I do have it grade 5 and set to super conduits. But this thing honestly is super efficient, so I don't even think you would need grade 5 for it. And you know, if you weren't bad at aim, you could actually give the service deposits with the gun as well. Just like that. Unless they self-tweak that before launch. Honestly, I don't think that they're going to make this thing weak. I feel like they're going to keep it on par with what it is currently, if not make it a little bit better, just due to the fact that it's set up purely for it. You should cap on this side, lower it goes, the more heat per shot your gun lasers generates. Not finding much luck for the Montanite stuff. It is FDev, but considering the fact that they tweaked it this much from the previous version, I think that they're going to keep it this way. Mainly due to the fact that the Clipper was such like a high-praised ship that it's going to be really hard to come up with another ship right after that and then have it be like worse for the thing that you're trying to credit for. Because the Clipper has so much storage, so that's why a lot of people like adopted it for like the new best mining ship. It was pretty clear that last week that they had to make the best mining ship or no one would pay it for early access. Oh, most definitely. But I will say, I think I'm more of like a little bit different compared to everybody else. I kind of think that the ship last week also was better than most medium mining ships. It's not better than like a large ship, or it wasn't better than a large ship, but I think it was able to keep up with the medium ships, and you could probably outpace the medium ships from the previous build. Now, with this new build, obviously, you'll be able to do way better, but with the previous setup, I think it would actually be able to do a relatively decent amount. So hold on. Yeah, subsurface. So if we just like line it up that way, just in case I messed it up last time, it didn't work, but I don't think it's going to open it up any. Yeah, so you'll still need the missile racks for that. Oops. Been fine. It's certainly not going to turn down all the upgrades. Yeah, most definitely. You bought 2 clippers for each account? Yeah, they would make things too easy. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the subsurface thing. I mean, honestly, though, this ship literally has, like, everything else for mining with one ship, which I think is really unique. Like, we don't really have, like, a jack of all trades that can just handle everything. There was another glowing rock that was, like, right next to us originally, but I don't know which direction it went. Is it this way? Aha! Oh, you have 2 accounts. I have the T9 for money. It's all the types. T9 slow. I have horror stories. That was my first mining ship in the game that my friends helped me get. And I didn't realize that going in and out of a ring would have a chance of spawning in pirates. Needless to say, the pirates spawned in. I am in the world's slowest turtle ship. I did not get out of there with my profit. It was several hours wasted. So ever since then, I have hated the T9. I like the T8 though. T8's cool. What do you use your T8 for? That's actually my Guardian ship. I just have it set up for point defense to protect me when I'll do in Guardian sites. I'll fly back to Capricorni B after this. Doesn't seem like a good zone to really like test things in. I was going to see like how much Monzonite would actually spawn in because it seemed like the low temp diamonds were actually decent. Well, for everyone who does like to do the low temp stuff, what would usually be 5 to 7 is getting about 14 yield per asteroid, with it at 25. I'm not sure how many people actually mine it here, but apparently it was much better than normal. See if we get another core. If not, we'll probably head back over to Capricorni. Yeah, this one has a fuel scoop. So profit per hour, I do think if you're in a good spot and you're good at using the prospector, you can probably get more money in this ship than a large ship. Let's dump our cargo out and head back up to a better spot. Unless there's any other certain minerals or something that people want to test. We can also do that while we're over here. Anyway. 3, 2, 1. Losing that hangar bay though, that probably did give us quite a bit of jump range. Alright, so let's head back over to Capricorni. Eleven jumps. That way, thanks for all the commanders who were sticking around with us tonight. I think it's a pretty good ship. I'm excited for it. What about you guys? Are you guys liking the change to it, and do you think it's now something worth buying? Or is it something that you're more going to just wait for? Once we get it to the main universe, we'll be able to see like how much storage it's going to have. I'm gonna buy it on Monday. Nice. You gonna be buying it for sure too? Sweet. Which edition are you guys going to go with? I completely forgot to check this stock one. Oh well. You always feel bad for leaving them behind in space? Nah, they're fine. My limpets get abandoned all the time. Oh, you're going to go for stellar. Standard. On the fence, I'll probably fleet one. I'll wait for the bunny, Czar, and King to shake it down. Yeah, I did notice that a lot of people were more on the fence about the holographic stuff. I don't know, I feel like for an industrial ship, it kind of makes sense. I do think it would be cooler if it was more reactive, so maybe like it didn't turn on until you actually like deployed your hard points or something. That would have been really cool. What's the cargo capacity? Currently without pre-engineered. Why do I still have junk? I thought I abandoned you. 2. Currently without pre-engineered, it's 272. You could probably get it up to like 230 or so with the pre-engineered racks. That too, especially if you're playing it open, I could... sort of like all flashy skins, you're always going to stand out more than someone in a more standard color. But yeah, it's not bad at all for a medium ship. A lot of people were comparing it to like the larger ones, but I don't know, I think for the medium ships, this is going to be the best in class, and it's probably going to be able to compete with the larger ones. Yeah, I do agree with that. But this thing was designed to be like a pure mining ship. So we did give a recommendation to them to like possibly either work on, or maybe they're already working on it and they just haven't actually got it ready yet. But I think if they did turn that hangar bay into a mining hangar, or a mining fighter if you want to call it, or whatever term they want to use for it, but have one that you can actually place like seismic chargers for, that'd be really cool and make sense for why there's a hangar bay in here. The racks from the earlier CG, yeah, I think that will work here well to expand the current capacity. It's the best large ship for mining. Are you talking about currently in-game, or are you talking about best overall? Yeah, like a little mining drone or something. The best large ship for mining, like, overall is going to be the Clipper Mark II. It's not added in-game yet, so that's why it's sort of like an asterisk. But that one's going to have the most cargo capacity and going to be able to hold the most lasers. The Corvette's also another really good one, although it's going to have a lot less storage than the Clipper. The Cutter does decent too, though, and same with like the Type-9 Heavy. Like, there's a lot of different options for it. But for me personally, I think the Clipper Mark II is going to be the best large ship. Although it's not in-game yet. Either the Imperial Cutter in-game or the Panther Clipper Mark II for the arcs. For now. The Clipper Mark II should be hitting the in-game market here pretty soon. And so much better than earlier. I got my butt kicked trying to get my boost on, and now this time it just worked immediately. Yeah, depending on where you live. I think technically it'll... Well... I'll have to look at the dates again. It's on the 29th of September for what they listed, but they usually update it like super early, or yeah, super early or late in the night when it comes to American time zone. So I'm not sure if it's going to be dropping technically on Sunday night going into Monday, or if it's going to be dropping Monday into Tuesday. I'll have to look at the date and see which time zone they posted for it. Usually comes back online around midnight. Yeah, usually when they add stuff in though, it has a little bit longer downtime. But for me, I think they usually turn the servers off at like 3 a.m. and it comes back up around like 6 a.m. or so. I think they said it's going to be several hours though, if I remember right. Hey Calvin, how you doing tonight? Yeah, it's 7 hours. Doing pretty good. We're trying out this new Type-11 buff update, and it is way better than last time. Let's see. Downtime's estimated to last, okay. Oh, 7 a.m. UTC on the 29th. Huh. Okay, so that would be down at 3 a.m. on Monday. So this will be down on Sunday night for me. Cool. Sometimes this meeting lasts until 2 p.m. Yeah, I would usually give a couple, maybe like an hour or two added to their estimated time. That way it allows the server to like fully do everything. Did they buff the Type-11? Oh, they changed so much. Which, it was a little on the lacking side before they changed it. But basically, let me see if I can pop the thing and read it off real quick. Everything that it was, though, it's way better now. We were at a low temp site, though, so we weren't really able to show it off that well. That's why we're going back over to Capricorni. But for the mining balance, they more than doubled the mining damage, resulting in increased fragments per second. They increased the limpet speeds. The limpet controller moved from 8 to 14. They increased the chance of enriched chunks spawning in, reduced the mining volley repeater spread. And they fixed a few of like the cosmetic issues as well with like the flashing probe lights and everything.
Frameshift drive.
So basically it's a whole different ship. Oh yeah, and we learned some stuff so far. I can post this in chat for anyone curious.
Ready to engage.
So far it takes roughly 20 seconds to crack open the asteroids, where last time it was taking about a minute. And we're getting about 25 big chunks per asteroid, roughly. And then the big chunks are about 45%, where the smaller ones were giving about 11% for the actual like total makeup of them. And it's going to be the same percentage dropped from the asteroid itself, so it's not going to affect like how much fragments the asteroid drops. And then the Gatling gun can also break the surface deposits.
Fuel scooping.
Love to stay and watch you dim the ship more, but I need to hit the sack. Good night. Have a good night. Have you noticed they removed the permanent lock on one of the starting systems? Really? Huh, that's weird. I guess we're about to see how well it does for heat. I will say most ships, when they're parked this close to while they're filling up, does typically get hotter, but this thing seems to be pretty consistent, so. Now, for everyone curious, this is mostly a stock build with a better power plant, a better power distributor. Then we yanked off the shield and the shield booster. But we do have this standard, typical low emissions power plant with thermal spread, and we have weapon focus, power distributor, grade 5 with the super conduits. So it does technically have everything for cooling when it comes to shooting. However, the Gatling gun itself seems to be fairly consistent. As long as you have like 4 points into the weapons, it doesn't really have too much heat issues. So you could probably tweak your build a little bit from there. I don't think it's going to be near as important to like have grade 5 engineering on this ship compared to a lot of the previous mining ships. Though I guess once we get here, we could technically just like get rid of ours and then see how well the stock components do. This is going to take forever to fill up. Alright, that's probably enough fuel. I do think that this ship went from maybe being able to keep up to with a large ship to definitely being able to keep up with one, especially with the bigger chunks. They're going to be about 3 times more. So with the smaller fragments that the lasers typically create, they have about 12% max capacity that we've seen so far, where the bigger chunks we've seen go all the way up to 45%. So that is quite a bit different. So they're turning the server off at 3 AM on Sunday. We might be able to play some Elite Dangerous when I get home on Sunday, but we'll see. Like I said, that's going to be depending on the weather and how everything's handling for that. We'll keep Sunday up for grabs, but we might have a 10 or 11 PM stream on Sunday too. Well, I've been saying it for a while, but one of these nights we're going to have to dedicate to Thargoids. Alright, so we got 2 jumps. We kind of low on fuel. I hope they keep the mining CG the same. I have a stockpile of platinum. Yeah. Well, actually, I think they already released the list of what we're going to need for it. But I am curious with, like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Is the game smart enough to tell the difference between mined and purchased commodities? I asked some people on Reddit and they seemed to be like, or no, I asked people on Facebook or whatever it was. But I asked people and they seemed to be pretty consistent about, well, yeah, but it specifically says it. But I didn't think that they would actually have a system to be able to tell if it's mined or not. Because it's not like you're getting a bonus for, like, things that you manually mine. Like, if I bought platinum and I can sell platinum, it's the same price. That's what I was thinking too, but I never actually, like, tried it. So this time I might go buy some platinum at some random station just to see if it actually counts or not. I don't think buying it, mining it will matter. The CG's history, it has been mined, or it has to be mined, and you can't store it in a fleet carrier. Ooh. That's interesting. You transfer, so if you just transfer to the carrier, it's fine. If you sell, no, people were doing silly things with it. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure how it's going to actually work. Because, I mean, the weird thing is, if they made it so you can't buy and sell, then that's going to block off, like, all the people going to, like, the Triple Platinum hotspot because it's out in the middle of nowhere. So I guess most people would be focusing on Capricorni B. But then, Adel, I thought you said you were trying to get a stockpile of platinum right now. So how is that even going to work? So you have to physically do a sell order to get your stuff off your fleet carrier, right? You're not trying to do it? Just transfer the menu. In the past, as soon as it touches your carrier, it loses the mine tag. Oh, interesting. Alright, so let's try... Should be able to do it at Brunel. And that's kind of close to where we're going anyways. Oh wait, for anyone curious, the SEO drive in this thing, my handle's kind of like the Mandalay. You can just completely let off the throttle and it'll do its thing. You can automatically transfer the resources back into your ship, Adel? One of the engineered unlocks, you are supposed to mine some panite, but it still works if you hand in the panite you bought from someone's carrier. It'll be an interesting thing to try out and test. If anything, it'll be a bug and it'll probably be fixed. Or, it's intentional and either way works. It'll be interesting to see and, you know, try and test out. I like mining anyway, so I don't mind mining for platinum. But, you know, it's still an interesting thing to actually try and see. Automatically no, but just transfer in the cargo screen top left and then you can transfer it. Everything works both ways. So you're able to put it on your fleet carrier without selling it to it, and then you're able to take it back out without selling it? Is that what you're saying? Or you're able to put it on without buying it, then you're able to transfer it. Gotcha. You know, I've always just bought and sold mine at 5%. Yeah, you just have to transfer it to your own carrier. That's good to know.
Docking request granted.
Alright, so from here, we can store our power plant and our power distributor. I'm not going to put the shields back on, because, I mean they're kind of waste. And honestly, for me personally, since we're at the destination that we wanted to be, I typically would get rid of my fuel scoop. We may as well keep it on.
Hull integrity compromised. Docking successful.
So let's lower down. We'll store those two things here, and then we'll see if it's able to still keep up its heat. If it is, then you can literally put whatever power plant and power distributor you want on this thing, or not even engineer it at all. I guess that would be the most interesting thing. And it'd actually take it, since nothing else is technically added to the build, it should be able to. Alright, so store you. And this is with a little bit faster engine. But I feel like of all things, having the power distributor upgraded, the power plant, and the SCO drive, that's probably going to be like the most... Oh, and the engine too. Those four things are probably going to be the most common things to upgrade. But it looks like we have plenty of power, especially since we got rid of our shield. So I don't see a reason why it wouldn't work. But I'm curious to see like how the heat transfers now that we got rid of that stuff. If it can actually handle it, then this is going to be the least engineered ship that really is required in the game, which would be pretty cool.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
So this should be an identical to a stock build, just without the shield and the booster. But everything else should be the exact same.
Ship raised. Engines engaged.
Alright, so let's go to BP1. Now for me personally, I would much rather them work on like a cool new game mode over it. But for the people Or, I guess this is for anyone, but especially for the people who like have really been wanting like the ship interiors. If they did it the same way No Man's Sky did, where they just made one ship actually have a ship interior that you could like customize and create, sort of like Starfield and No Man's Sky, would that be enough to satisfy everyone who was wanting ship interiors? This is interesting how that No Man's Sky got like a huge amount of praise for it. I'm wondering if they're going to try to eventually try to do something similar. What do you mean by nope? Would you want all ships to have it or none? Honestly, that's how I feel too. I'd rather them work on like... I know this is going to be another controversial things, but I feel like if they introduce like a cool raid mechanic where like, let's say 4 commanders on the ground and then 4 in the sky, where like having to infiltrate like a Thargoid hive or something and like take them on from the ground and up in the air, that'd be really cool. And then it would actually like reinforce the reason why you should get Odyssey and like make more of a reason for people to engineer their suits. Since right now, a lot of people don't really do the ground stuff. So I think it would be cool. I'll just put that on too. All ships or no ships. But more than likely, they would only do it for the new purchase ships. Yeah, some meta gameplay would be happier. Yeah, something like that would be cool. Is this the right planet, or is this just a weird angle? Must be a weird angle. The game feels kind of dead now since the Thargoid War ended. Yeah, I know a lot of the people who are like really big into Thargoids were pretty disappointed that they got rid of them. Play in VR, and yeah, it'd be cool to walk through the ship, and I do it a few times and I wouldn't care. That's totally fair. And honestly, that's another thing where it's like, I mean, comparing this game to Star Citizen, which I think it's fair since both of them are fairly the same, they've always been in competitive with each other. But a lot of these ships are very big. And especially like the Corvair, or sorry, the Corvette, or like the cutter. Some of those ships might take a very long time to get to like the actual seat itself. So I can see that it's slowing down like exploration by a ton. Always wish when Odyssey came out that they would have made a CQC mode for Odyssey surface settlement combat. I thought that was actually really cool. I like the surface combat stuff. Which is why I was kind of thinking like, it'd be cool to introduce that inside the Thargoid area, and then, you know, they could like tie it back in together. We get it that bad.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3,
2, 1. But I would definitely be stealing a mode from Gears of War. But I always thought that that mode was cool, so that's why I was like, you know, if they had like something like this, that would be unique. But they could like tie it in lore-wise too. Alright, there we go. For anyone new here, basically the Type-11 got like a complete new revamp. The Gatling gun is now actually crazy good. And on top of that, you can use it for a lot of multi-purpose things. So this is going to be like your best like all-in-one multi-purpose mining ship. I'm hoping the Territoria mystery adds something significant to the game, but it's probably just a bait route.
engaged.
I don't know, I feel like at some point they're going to have to introduce like more stuff with the Guardians or I don't know, something like that. I do think it would be cool, which once again they could sort of tie it all in together. But like,
Prospect.
if they did do like the Thargoid ground site idea, where you had like actual like combat infiltration mission, they could also introduce like Guardian tech for like a Guardian SRV and introduce like a few new like ground vehicles where maybe you're able to get over surfaces that the normal ones aren't able to, or something like that. I don't know. Lore-wise, I feel like it would kind of make sense. So I don't know how many people actually like follow everything for Thargoids, but apparently they're starting to like understand English now. So I'm wondering if eventually we're going to have to like find like an abandoned Guardian site or somehow like reactivate them to find out more on how to defeat them.
Asteroid depleted.
Look at all the big chunks. Like, that's so much better than last time. Going to get attacked by toasters and have to look for another Earth during next.
Limpet failed.
So the only thing that they don't have with this ship when it comes to the Gatling gun, it's a smaller spread, but it's still kind of a random place for like where everything is going to be dropping out of. If you fired in one spot, it would also be a little bit more consistent, but it's a little bit easier to accidentally shoot your limpets that way, so I usually just shoot in a circle. It does fill up the cargo bay super quick though. And also with the increased speed of them, you should be able to fill up your bay fairly quickly too. Like that one rock, we're at what, 17 so far? Possibly still gathering a little bit more too.
Prospect limpet engaged.
Ooh, 63, sweet.
Asteroid scan complete. Cargo hold maximum capacity.
I'm going to have to assume both of those are friendly. So yeah, with the 14 collectors though, this actually is a pretty good contender. Plus the fact that you're able to do surface mining and core mining all in one ship without having to like really compromise with anything. Like beforehand, I used to always do core mining with my Python, mainly because, well, I had like a whole dedicated set and all the other ships had to have like so many lasers and everything set up for it. This one though, this is the stock power plant. Is the weapon itself going to be able to shoot? So the gun's not recharging like the rest, but it looks like we're going to max out at 56% heat. Yeah, about 55, 56. It's not too bad at all. Find out humans are just organic toasters.
Maximum capacity. Maximum capacity. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged.
Now, the speed it takes you to fill up your ship, that's going to be more of sort of RNG based on how well you're actually able to find the platinum. But once you get like a good platinum node or whatever you're trying to mine, it does fill up super quickly too. Like, what are we, 3 rocks in already and we have 57 platinum? And 2 osmium, which the osmium doesn't really matter, but...
Prospect limpet engaged.
38%, we're getting pretty lucky. For anyone curious about the spread, that's about what it's going to be at. So it's definitely a much shorter range compared to what it was originally, and we found we're roughly getting about 20 or so big chunks per asteroid.
Asteroid
And also the material contents, if you target them, you're going to notice that, like, that one, for example, is 46. There's some of these smaller ones if they're not taken. There we go, 10% for the small ones. Where, like, the big ones being roughly 30 to 45 or so. I think we're going to fill up super quick again. So with the increase in speed, the only thing that I think would be a little bit nicer is if they had like a Mark II refinery that could process things a little bit quicker. Other than that, it's actually pretty good for stock components. Keep that osmium refined into a rod and then drop it on the 5G world for some fireworks. And it's pretty cool having 14 limpets following you around too. I think that's still more than what most large ships actually run. Which, I am surprised that they changed the limpet amount. I thought the 8 was fine, but the 14's really nice. Oh, now is when we find all the good platinum. System where you can park your carrier near the rings, I think would be very quick. Oh yeah, most definitely. That's kind of how I've always seen medium ships though. They're not necessarily about having like max cargo, but it's for a little bit shorter, faster gameplay loop, and you'll be a lot more active, so you'll have a lot more like running around and exploring to do than just sitting in one spot. Maximum capacity. Little refiners trying to put in work. Alright, so we're at 105 so far already, and that's what, our 5th rot? So that's not too bad. We have been kind of lucky though with getting high percentage of rock, so we'll say that. Is it just more fun to mine for a medium ship? Yeah, usually they have a lot better handling. Although, this one also gets a little bit of an advantage when it comes to... But don't you hit me. This one just looks cool with the Gatling gun when you're shooting it. Also, this is one of the few ships that you don't honestly have to care about your power at all. Alright, we might gotta back up some. Really hoping that we had just enough room. I don't know. I think the Gatling gun looks really cool. Well, I think they have changed it so most of the fragments are coming from the same spot. Hey, thanks for following. I appreciate it. Insurance called. Your contract fee just went up by 200% for that bump. It's a minor ship. If it doesn't have a few dents and dings, then it's not technically qualified. I guess what that's it. So I think it was taking us like a little bit over like an hour to fill up our cargo last time. Obviously, we're getting kind of lucky when it comes to the amount of platinum we're finding. But I feel like this is still going to be way faster than a large ship. So I think it is worth it. The person who asked me earlier, it does seem much better. And plus, this is going to be like a good jack of all trades. So if you want to do core mining, you can. If you want to do surface mining, that works too. You don't have to have like anything crazy. Like you don't have to have 50 billion lasers or like any like super crazy power plant. Project for material, you don't want them. Plus you can use the squadron mining perk to add a little more to the overall mineral collection too. What is the squadron mining perk? That is one thing, which I don't know. I guess I could just buy 80% of my cargo capacity instead of just buying full. But it'd be cool if you could set up like, if your cargo bay is full, drop like a certain amount of limpets. What is it? Huh. Currently in a squadron by myself. All my friends quit playing. Alright, so does it work when you're close? It's kind of working. It looks like everything's coming roughly in the same spot. Only 2 people in your squadron too? Hey, thanks so much for following. Come on, little limpet, get us what we need. 30%. Imagine picking a squadron to begin with when the bonus is utterly negligible due to power in play and there is no incentive to play with others. You know, I technically am slightly with a power. I joined one, and then it was the one that apparently did bad in Capricorni B, so we got rid of it. I joined a different power, and then my friends decided that there wasn't an actual double platinum hotspot there when they thought there would be. So we never actually, or I never committed to one. They ended up joining Yuri Grom, and I told Yuri Grom that I would join him, but I haven't actually done his introduction quest. So he gives me merits, and I just keep ignoring his messages. Well, I should do it eventually, though, for the prismatic shield. Don't do the power play stuff, and that's my style. If you're into mining, I will say Yuri Grom, you can get a lot of merits just by literally selling just stations for platinum. So that's one of the easier ones to work on if you're wanting to just mine.
Asteroid scan complete.
Also, an extremely cheesy but expensive way of leveling up your power play. Like, I'm pretty sure this works for all factions, but let's say that you're working with Yuri Grom and you go to one of his stations that you haven't actually worked towards. You can grab all the missions where you just have to pay to support, and you get merits just by giving them money. Which is extremely easy, like you don't have to do anything else, just drop some credits, boom, remerits. There it goes. You're gonna have the platinum we need. You're not. It's like real life politicians. Donating missions are inefficient with like 40 merits per 1 million credits. I never said it was a good way of doing it. I just said it's really cheesy and very easy, and if you have a lot of money, then it doesn't really matter. But, I mean, the platinum route works too. You just can't ever sell it to a fleet carrier. So anytime that you're working on like in-game reputation or for merits, you need to make sure you're selling it to an in-game station. So that is going to change like how you think about where to sell. That'll restrict quite a bit. If you're going for elite training rep anyways, make sure you're going for any station. The only thing I'm not sure about is I don't know if the Vista genomics on a fleet carrier, if that actually works towards your rep. So I know that selling to a fleet carrier doesn't, but I don't know about the Vista genomics. Thing when you work for Aisling is you have to gift away your platinum because you never get sufficiently good price. Yeah, that's why I gotta pick a good power. I think some even give a like bonus to yield random things too, like that. I know a few people are buying it, but you know, what are your guys' opinions on it? Do you guys like this ship? Or would you change anything still on it? Or do you think it's too overpowered? There it goes. Yeah, I think it's pretty good so far. I don't think it's like too crazy in all categories, but I am wondering if they're eventually going to make like a Type-12 or whatever and it'd be like the large, bigger brother version of it. Just from an aesthetic standpoint. I'm not OCD, but I do think if they had made it so the ship was a little bit wider and had like 2 Gatling guns on the front, it would have looked a little bit cooler. I don't know why they have like this fat lip other than the skinny side. But that's just the design choice, and that would completely change everything, so clearly they're not going to fix that. Where'd my limpet go? Dev don't give away much. They love the grind. There it goes. And I'm curious to see like what all is actually going to change in the future. I wonder if this is leading into a bigger change in mining. Devs is challenged by their own game logic. Create a war that threatens humanity and requires an insane ammunition grind at the same time. Because it's a mining ship, I don't think it's possibly overpowered. That's how I look at it too. That's probably what my review of the ship will be. I don't know. I saw a few comments about people saying that it was overpowered and seemed like they were pretty disappointed by what they did with the change, but I think it was a good change. I don't think that this is going to be one ship that you run around and be like a pest with. With that said, whole hologram thing, I know that one's another like touchy subject too.
Asteroid scan complete.
I know some people don't want to see any of that stuff in game, but I will say that there are cars on the streets in 2025 that have like the neon kits and stuff, so I could see them making like a awful hideous looking fighter just to be a pest, to have like one of those like style lights and everything all flashy all over the price. It is way overpriced, don't get me wrong. And that was quite a bit expensive. Let's see here. Just look at XMCs required for something you can't literally loot Thargoid components.
Prospector limpet engaged.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Asteroid scan complete.
Potentially overpowered if you do mining for power play. I think for a medium ship, it's definitely going to be way better than most other medium ships. I don't think it's going to be like hugely different than like if you're comparing it to like a Corvette or something. I don't think it like it'll be that big of a difference when it comes to that. You might still get a little bit more per hour,
Limpet expired.
but I don't think it's going to be like hugely overpowered. I'm using the Corvette as an example because it has like the most hard points, but any large ship like that is going to be able to get a lot of platinum too, so I feel like that's where comparing it for power play purposes, I don't know. So I feel like the large ships, since it's not able to differentiate like the player's account, like what ship they were using, it makes it really hard to like balance it for the power play purposes.
Prospector limpet engaged.
That's just my take on it. I've been playing this version since it released, and before I played the original version on my Commodore 64 back in '85 with this game. That is something else that I said would be really cool. I don't think it would ever be a feature, but I know for a fact that, well, this game was made in like 2015, 2016, whatever, when they reintroduced Odyssey. I feel like the '85 version of the game, that has to be like, this engine should be able to literally laugh at it while doing that same game. So what would be really cool is those like 15-minute fleet carrier jumps, if you can actually like pull up one of the screens on your fleet carrier and play the original game. And give you something to do for those 15 minutes instead of, you know, your crew just playing on their phone. Or, you know, getting off the game and coming back. Or even just like a simple like partner with like Pac-Man or something and just have like a standard default cheap easy to run game. Like when I have built a day and grinding Odyssey materials and selling them off my fleet carrier, I don't think the mining ship even comes close to that in credit making, and that's why I was saying I don't think it's overpowered. Oh, you grind out suit materials? Is that what you're talking about?
Asteroid scan complete. Limpet failed.
So smartphones and education websites are good for to ease carrier jumps. Basically. Or if they really wanted to, you know, like keep it lore accurate and didn't want to have, you know, like an actual game inside of a game, it'd be cool if they turned Galnet News into like actual, I don't know if any of you played like Grand Theft Auto 5, but you know, like an actual like news station that pops up on the fleet carrier so you can like watch and listen to it. In your opinion, how does this compare to a large ship for the easy use for core mining? We actually did core mining earlier. It wasn't too bad. It does handle a little bit worse than the Python. I think it's going to handle much better than like the Clipper and the Corvette though when it comes to core mining. Beat version of GTA Radio. Yeah, you know, it's something like that. I don't know, I try to fit like what they could do and also try to blend it in with lore wise, that way it's not like too crazy and outlandish. So the amount of smoke that this thing puts out is really cool too. And back to the hologram thing. I also feel like a mining ship, most mining vessels are going to be inside of either a ring or selling. So I don't think even in open play you would ever actually see the galactic version, like hardly any. It'd mainly just be to show off to your friends that you have, hey, look at my cool shiny ship. That's how I see a mining ship with holograms. I don't think it'll be like too all over the world.
Limpet failed.
cutter for money right now. This boat can load my carrier faster, sign me up. What is the storage in your cutter? I don't think I ever actually used my cutter for mining. I always use mine. I use mine as my cargo hauler for the longest time until the clipper. I will say, this thing has much better stopping capacity. It's like the cutter, whenever you're going forward, it'll have like that real long drift before you're actually able to stop. This one definitely has way better when it comes to that. Anyway, it's not too bad. I liked it before they tweaked it. But I know a lot of people had issues and flight assist off. I kind of liked it the old way. My mining cutter storage is 640. So currently this thing's storage is 272. With the pre-engineered cargo racks, you can probably squeeze it out probably to 300, maybe 330, depending on like what all you're able to squeeze into it. With this new community event though, if it's more of like the size 5 and 6 racks, then you could probably take it up to... I don't think it would be more than 360. I think that would be on the high end. Yeah, 360 would probably be the max, because that'd be 100 more than what we currently, or a little under 100 than what we currently have. 330 should be doable though. Same with 300, especially with like a few of the cargo racks. So that'll be like, what, 10, 20 added each per one? The Imperial Cutter is essentially a flying cargo train. It is. That was actually one of my favorite ships until the Clipper came out. Which is why I was saying it'd be cool to like shrink them down and turn them into like a bobblehead or something. Because there's some ships that I'm probably never going to touch, or I'm not going to touch for like the longest time. And instead of them just like being sitting in some random station, you know, just like, I don't know, yeah, look at your dashboard, have a nostalgia, be like, yeah, I remember flying that ship. That'd be cool. Here's my favorite ship to fly. Nice look at turd.
Asteroid scan complete.
Oh, yeah. So another cool thing about the gun, instead of needing anything extra to surface mining, you just literally come over here and shoot it, as long as you actually hit the thing. Not missing. Great, well, flying with flight assist off with 5 railguns installed. You know, I don't think I've actually used a railgun yet. Last time they did like the the pre-engineered railguns, the server crashed on me. I got greedy. I should have turned in my combat bonds beforehand, but never ended up getting those. And I like the fact that whenever you're in the forward panel, you can actually like see the gun shooting. That's really cool too. It's a nice positioning when it comes to that. This one's probably empty. Well, I think we've proven it's fairly easy to fill up. We can try to see if we can find a core. Surely something out of all of those have to have a core, right? I'm going to get surface deposit. The long range railguns aiming at 3+ kilometer convergence is not overly important anymore. The 2 outer hardpoints still don't hit anything at 6 km range though.
Asteroid scan.
Or which ship?
Programming limpet drone. Sector limpet failed.
Honestly, I always use my Corvette too. I gotta get away from doing it. And that's just like my go-to for combat.
Asteroid scan complete. Prospect to limpet failed.
Maybe this one.
Prospect to limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
I guess not. Red has abysmal DPS because it relies on gimbals too much with enemies spam shaft banks. But my Corvette, I just use the lasers. Which I'm sure I don't have the best Corvette build, but I always just run like full lasers. We don't have to go refill most of the time.
Programming limpet drone.
You do get lazy owning a Corvette, but it's fun. And it's really nice having like a fighter be able to protect you.
Prospect to limpet engaged.
Well, I was hoping we'd be able to show you a core. Which, I mean, I guess technically getting outside the double platinum spot would probably be a little bit easier for that.
Asteroid scan complete.
Though I'm not sure if this testing universe is actually tied to the main verse or not. It might be. I know it like randomly generated like a whole new commander name and everything for me, so I don't think that it's like cool, like one for one.
Prospect to limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
Also, the amount of credits we make in this world does not matter at all, so that's why we're just going off on a little side area and see if we can find some cores. Fun, it has res, has like 80% to NPC spawning up to SPZs, friend shaft to regen the shield. I've seen a few people mention that they like to mine inside the Hazres sites. I haven't actually tried it yet. I do think though, with the huge amount that we're getting just from like normal mining, I feel like you get a ton in a Hazres site with the bonus, wouldn't you?
Prospect to limpet engaged.
There was another somewhere around here.
Asteroid scan complete.
And technically, if you fly close to the asteroid, you can see if there's like a little blue vein or not, and that's usually I can tell if there's core. Sometimes it's kind of hard to see though, so it's either shoot a prospector. I don't think I've actually seen a core inside a small one though. It's always been the large ones.
Programming limpet drone.
We have 39 chances. But I mean, honestly, if you just follow the contact page, it's fairly easy to get cores in the ship. It's not too bad.
Asteroid scan complete. Prospect to limpet failed.
Ah, little guy. Then it's home. Hey, there we go. A random core that we don't care about again.
Collect limpet expired. Asteroid scan complete. Collect limpet.
By the way, I should mention, for anyone new to core mining, basically each of the different asteroid fissures on the right side, it'll tell you if it's like a high strength, it'll tell you if it's a medium or low. Low means you want to charge it up to 1 bar, high means you want to do all the way up. Average is going to be the one in the middle. Basically the high ones are going to count the most. With you on the fighters, I've had an elite one for like 7 years. I do like the fact that you can get a complete idiot and then train him to be smart. And still pay him like he's an idiot. That's like the coolest thing.
Detonation sequence initiated.
Let's not mess it up. Alright, so average, so you'll be the 2. Got a high strength. We are getting fairly close. Looks like that one's already done though. So what about you? Yeah, I think the handle's pretty good though. It sort of flies like a melee. That's a high charge. Let's see. That one's gonna have issues. Let's see how. Probably gonna mess this one up. Oh, maybe not. It'll be close. Oh, it's got a check mark. Nice. Yeah, that's why I usually just follow the contact pace, because I always end up getting lost. You need to put low charges in fissures, etc. High charge and low fissure will give you the biggest increase in detonation yield. What would you a high and a low? I thought you had to match them. Oh. Huh. That's weird. Use a railgun with feedback cascade eliminates both problems. Well, we found one core. Wasn't exactly the cleanest execution, but it is possible to do it inside the ship. No matter what, my first is always a high charge into a low. Really? Is it only one low that you do it in, or do you do it in multiple? What does it depend on? Depends on how many lows you have. So like if it's, I don't know, 3 lows and 6 highs, would you go with the highs, or? Start with low and see how much it raises the yield by. Each asteroid seems to randomize hit points. Yeah, I have noticed that. By the way, for anyone curious, the Gatling gun does work on surface deposits. It does not actually do the subsurface though, so you'll have to still use the displacement missiles for that. But as you can see, it breaks it off fairly easy. It's only supposed to give 1, but we ended up harvesting a little bit of that asteroid. Let's see here. What did I miss? FPC is wasted when you can slap 6 railguns on a conda and outright kill their shield in 2 volleys before backup spins. Would fill those no more, but would not fill them all depending on the graph. Huh. So you start with the lows all the time. That's interesting. Back cascade on the damage dealt during the back spin up. One FBC rail is not going to do much. Well, shielded ship, I tested that. Long range plasma slug rails out of DPS. Any SBC you'll find it has. I usually use a bunch of lasers on my vet. No guarantee that we'll find another core though. But that was cool that we found one.
Asteroid scan.
And if they fire off, you can still knock down and the cycle finishes. Alright, 26. Are there any other builds or anything that people want us to test for the Type-11? So far, we've actually went back to a stock power plant, and it seems to be doing decent. Since I don't use rails and beams and bullets. So far, we've found that it spawns in about 20 to 25 of these big chunks, and it does fill up your cargo scoop much quicker too. R6 railguns, I can shred a CZ Corvette in less than a minute. Yeah, but I don't know. The Hazres ships are very weird. For me, it seems like it's easier to kill a bigger ship. For me, it seems like it's easier to kill a bigger ship than it is to kill the small ones. Which seems like it should be the reverse. But I look for more like the condas to kill. To a Hazres, you're probably just gonna die. Oh, no. What? Not in this ship. I meant my Corvette. Yeah, no. Yeah, this thing probably is not gonna be able to do anything. You might be able to do it if you go to like a... I think if you get like 20k away from like the main Hazres site, you should be fine and you'll get the bonus for it. If we can find like an actual crossover for it. Big chunks though look so cool compared to the small ones. Are you talking about with the new ship, or are you talking about like all ships in general? Yeah, so if you mine inside of a Hazres site, you get a bonus. Cool's fine. Yeah, she's seen worse. I'm just goofing off in the universe. What do you mean by MVR?
Asteroid scan complete. Prospector limpet failed.
I'm trying to think of what you're talking about. I've been playing since Horizon first came out and I never knew that. I'm not sure like what the big like percentage boost is though. Oh, sorry. 500 meters. I'd like to see how cold it can run and what it can carry running as cold as possible. Do you have a... what build would you try to do for cold running? Currently, I tried it with low emissions power plant with thermal spread and weapon folks power distributor with super conduits. Neither one seems to actually be needed. It seems to be fine with like the standard power plant and power distributor, since we didn't have to actually change anything. The only thing that we got rid of was the shield and the shield booster. So if you have those two, then maybe a monstered power plant would be a little bit better. The Gatling gun itself, though, it never actually overheats, so even with the standard power distributor, like, you can literally hold it down for days and you'll never have issues with heat. And the rest of the stuff, well, it's like 1 or 2 shots, so you normally don't need it. 500 meters is a bit of a disappointment. 1,000 would have been better. Pretty sure it's 500. Once we get back to the station, I'll be able to double check for you. But for some reason, I was thinking it was 500. Alright, little limpets. Go fill up. That way I can just dump it all again. Yeah, we actually took off our good grade 5 power plant and the good grade 5 power distributor, so everything is completely stock right now. Something like 2.5 times chunks can come out per asteroid and stacks with the squadron bonus. Oh, you talking about in the house res? Put in 40, and then we have 7 of that junk. Oh yeah, and for anyone who's just now joining, we did try it with low temp diamonds. We were getting about twice what you normally would. So on rocks that you would usually get like 5 to 7, we were getting about 14 to 15. If I want to repair yourself though, miscalculated asteroid slap can break your ship. That's fine. I appreciate it though, but no, everything that we're farming up right now doesn't matter since I'm in a testing verse. Unless we're about to sell our inventory and redo it anyways. Plus, the closer you fly to death, the more you'll actually learn to not crash into things. It's an awful way to look at it, but I don't know. I usually tend to do better when I'm about to die in all games. I don't understand why, but it's just somehow how my brain works. I'm talking about ramming asteroid getting slapped by an asteroid that rotates. Yeah, but we only got one prospecting. And then we'll go for repairs. Let's add platinum. It is pretty crazy though they increased the amount of limpets from 8 to 14. I was not expecting that. Hey, 25. These big chunks do hurt your ship a little bit, so honestly it's kind of better just to shoot a little bit further away and just let the limpets go grab them. But it's able to finish off the asteroids by itself super quickly, which I feel like being a Gatling gun is shit anyways. I guess osmium. Yeah, and honestly, this is all just like, I stripped off everything that we had engineered except for, I think the engine has grade 5, but the rest of the components are completely stock.
Cargo scoop retracted.
Alright, station. What were you running to run cold for in a mining ship anyways? Is there an advantage to it? So I know there's advantage to Thargoid hunting, but why for mining? Hey, thanks so much for following. 3, 2, 1. I got 2 different bots talking, my bad. I'll have to get rid of one of those. Probably would have took us about like half an hour or so if we hadn't randomly started looking for cores and stuff, but honestly that's not too bad. 30 to 40 minutes to fill up completely. And especially if we find like a 40 to 60% node, you have to like dump 10 limbs at a time, like 2 or 3 times to fill up your cargo bay. So I'm actually thoroughly pleased with it. Oh, does 20% or over 20% in like a normal combat scenario actually like affect like random NPCs being able to see you? Is that what you're talking about? I knew that mattered for Thargoids, I didn't realize that that actually counted for like NPCs too. Thank you much for following, I appreciate it. Oh yeah, and anyone curious about the different editions? So Galactic has like the hologram and the ship kit. The Stellar one is going to come with everything. Does the Stellar version still only come with 1 paint job? It does. Have you tried it with only half full limpets to begin mining? We'll save you from dumping so many. I have not. Why? What's your what do you hate about Thargoid combat? That is another thing that I kind of hope they bring back. So when Kosija was attacking Sol, it was really cool to be able to like extract people and like have the Thargoids like interdict you to try to stop you from jumping away. I feel like it'd be cool in like one of the Anarchy systems or something. Like maybe you have to go there and rescue people, and then you have like the pirates trying to like interdict you, and you have to like find your way to like fly out and save as many people as possible. That'd be kind of cool. Best axe weapons suck at hitting scouts? Yeah, I mean, we have the Azimuth multi-cannons, though. They're not too bad. I don't know why my game's starting to lag a little bit. Well, axe MCs are good for scouts, but drastically lower your entire DPS for interceptors, for example? Yeah, that is true. Long-range plasma slug railguns absolutely demolish scouts. Honestly, anything demolishes scouts, even like your thermal lasers. Did that not? Missed the surface battles for settlement so much, playing it open for like 40 or 50 people fighting Thargoids was the best thing ever seen in this game. Yeah, I am kind of curious to see why they pulled it out, because I thought that was making them a lot of money too. So I'm wondering if they're like working on something big, or if they just didn't know what to do with it. But I mean, I feel like if they didn't know what to do with it, just, you know, redo the same thing in a different system. Although, Thargoids do pay a lot of money, and relatively quickly too. So I could see it kind of breaking a lot of the in-game market, so maybe people quit playing once they had everything maxed out. I was saying another like really cool thing that they could do, which I don't think would be too immersive breaking, but imagine if they partner with like Doctor Who or something, sort of like how Sea of Thieves partnered with Pirates of the Caribbean. Like you could make a total community event where it just randomly pops into the verse and pops out and be completely makes sense, since, you know, that is lore wise for both universes for random things that happen. And then you could just be gone and everything would be back to normal. And you get like a cool, like, I don't know, phone booth or something, bobblehead. Hey, we have plenty of health.
Ship is on the ground. Commence power down. You are most welcome, Commander.
Alright, so for our current build, which actually, considering the fact that we took off most of our engineered parts, That does make this ship stand out a lot more. I think it's really impressive the fact that it's able to do what it's doing with basically no engineering at all. We did take off some of the laser guns down here at the bottom. They're not really necessary, but if you want some defense, you'll probably have to have a little bit better power plant. It does have an abrasion blaster. I don't think you'll really need it, so you could probably get away with that as well. Red NPC, pop a heatsink, go invisible. They're not using silent running. You know, I don't think I ever noticed that. But it does come with the subsurface displacement launcher and the seismic charge if you're going to go with the stellar or the galactic version. If you have the standard one, it's not going to have hardly anything, so you'll have to do like a huge build for it to like have what it should. Utility mounts, it did come with a shield booster here, but like I said, I got rid of that and the shield, which gave us a lot more power room to work with. For the internals, literally the only thing we engineered on this setup is the thrusters. We took off all of our engineered parts, so it's the stock 7A power plant, stock 6A, or sorry, stock 7A power distributor, stock 6A power plant with thrusters with the dirty drive tuning. So with some minimal engineering, this thing, basically you're done. You don't have to have anything extra. Cargo-wise, this is where, if this new event is also giving us pre-engineered cargo racks, I'd assume that means we would have at least two 64s, or sorry, the two 6E ones, and two of the 5E. So I believe these got bumped up to like 45, and I think these got bumped up to like 78 or so. So I think we would get about 100 more with those filled in. I don't think we would have 3 6E cargo racks though. Then the mining limpet, once again, this has 14 that you're able to get. They do have an active range of 9,100 meters and a max speed of 200 meters a second. Corrosive cargo rack, you can have whatever cargo rack you want here. You don't need corrosive. The hangar bay, you can get rid of the hangar if you want the increased flight, because it does weigh a little bit. So for example, with this on, it is going to lower jump range. And then it comes with the 3A refinery. You're not able to put a refinery in the 5A slot, so it's going to be stuck there. You can't really do anything else. Having all 4 engineered racks gives you 66 extra tons. Oh, nice. Okay, so that's the math. Detailed surface scanner. I mean, technically, if you put a pre-engineered one here, that would be a little bit better, but you don't really need it for a mining ship. That's mostly for exploration. Fuel scoop, it does come with a 2A. And then the gun itself, I forgot someone asked. So this one has a fall-off range of... Well, hold on, the gun. 500 meters, yeah. Heat sinks are not a room in the cloaking device, after all. Are you sure? Yeah, they could be. Oops. Once again, when you're selling, look for places actually buying at a decent price. If the place is zero demand and yeah, where you'll be minus 15,000 on the galactic average, you don't really want to sell to it. You want to sell to a better place. And we're also getting birds for it. So is there anything anyone wants me to like test or change for the build or what we're mining? It seems like you don't actually have to change too much. Nice, hold on. Grab that. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick.
At maximum capacity.
And then we can actually test and see like how long it takes us to fill up a ship. Sorry about that. And yep, the basic skin is just yellow. Let's see, do we have our limpets? Oh yeah, you're welcome.
Disengage from the landing pad. Exit the station quickly and safely.
No, I have no clue if they'll do it or not. But I will say the Clipper Mark II, that ship like instantly got a ship skin. So I am curious if the Type-11 is going to have the same treatment or not. Maybe it won't. Could just be because the Clipper is more popular. But that is technically a possibility. Yep, sorry. Are you talking about the standard or the stellar? Let me get back to the station real quick and I'll just sell my standard one, I don't really care. Like I said, it's just a testing universe, so yeah, I'm pretty sure I just engineered it for jump range. I don't remember what I was getting though, but I don't think it was anything too crazy.
Access authorized. Clear to land.
So the Stellar and the Galactic one definitely got the impulse range. I don't know about the standard. I know the standard didn't even come with the Gatling gun, like you have to physically buy that. Pad number 20. Yeah, man.
Landing gear deployed.
Count my inventory real quick and then we'll swap over. And let's see here.
Confirmed contact. Perform landing checklist. Station services are at your disposal.
Wonder how well the playback does on Twitch versus YouTube. So now YouTube sometimes ends up like lagging somehow and it like shows previous done things and it acts like it's current. So I wonder how the Twitch thing works, if it does the same like weird thing or not. Guess I have two of them. I have two. By the way, this is what the basic one comes with. It has two lasers, and it's like the military yellowish tan color. 0 utility slots. 6E power plant, 4B thruster, 5D SCO, 3D life support, 70 power distro, 3D sensor, and 5C fuel scoop. Optionals, oops. Optionals comes with a, pretty sure I bought that 6A fuel scoop, so you get 2 cargo racks. Let me sell this thing real quick just to be sure. Let's see. Whatever. Play Vulture. Thought it just in case there was like something. Oh yeah, that's the galactic one. Okay. Just in case there's something weird with it, but I don't think there is. Right, you. And then ready to deploy. This is what the fresh standard version of the Type-11 should be. Just in case I did accidentally like take some stuff off. Alright, so just like before, it has 2 pulse wave, or 2 pulse lasers, 0 utility. Rest of that's going to be the same components. Optional internals, it does have 2 5E cargo racks, so it's actually the wrong size cargo racks in the 6E slots. So technically, if you were to buy the standard one, basically instead of them just installing them in the slot 5s, they sort of screwed you over, so you're going to want to get rid of both of the cargo racks up top and put the 6E ones if you want max storage. And it does have an advanced docking computer. But yeah, it does not come with a pulse wave analyzer. Which, I mean, honestly, though... Forgot. If you're interested in buying things, just so you know, the mining Volley isn't going to be too expensive. It's going to be 146,157. I don't think that there's going to be any engineering for it, but it's actually relatively reasonably priced, too. Like, it's nothing super expensive. Blah, 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 you. Once again, the Stellar and the Galactic, they're going to come with the same internals and the same optionals. So it's completely up to you if you like the holographics or not. Alright, so repair, you buy that. And there.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Although you did say try to buy half, but I don't know. I've always just bought max and just dropped what I didn't need. I know most people buy like 80% or so if you're trying to save on money. Honestly, the limpets aren't too expensive. It's like 27k for a full group.
You are go for departure.
But hopefully that helped anyone try to figure out which edition that you want. If you're wanting just like one to like plug and play, then either the Stellar or the Galactic is definitely going to be much faster. I mean, honestly, you don't really need any engineering for this. Like, if you have a engine and SEO that's already engineered, you swap those 2 components out and things basically already done. And this is going to be kind of RNG when it comes to it, but I want to see how long it actually takes us to fill it up and see if it's like an actual roughly viable way. It'll still have some random variables, like sometimes we'll find better platinum nodes or not, but we'll get a rough estimate. I always use here, mainly since it's in the testing universe, we don't have access to our fleet carrier. This is just the easiest, closest double platinum spot. Plus, if you're new to mining, this is actually a really good place to learn how to actually do it. Even if you're just like trying core mining or something, like picking one of the random hotspots that aren't necessarily going to be gone to, even if it's not going to get you like a lot of money when you're just like learning how to use it, it's actually a really good place to go, and it's really close to the bubble too. I think it's like 200 light years from the starting zone. Oh yeah, and another thing I think would be really cool is to have like a blast windshield, so whenever you're staring at a star, it like makes the windshield much smaller, so you have like a much narrowed view, but it's not as bright. Or to have just like a standard like window tint. I would actually get rid of a module for that, because I don't like being blinded. That's the spot right there, isn't it? Nah, it's right there. Here we go. Alright, so approach it kind of slow. Alright, so we got our stopwatch pulled up. So compared to the last time when we tested this, it took about a solid minute to actually crack open an asteroid. So far it takes about 20 seconds or so to actually open it. That is so much faster than the original test, so I'm really... yeah, they buffed it a ton. I'm really glad about the change. Plus now, it doesn't really feel like you need the mining lasers. Beforehand, it almost felt like you had to add the extra lasers in just to like compete with the old way of doing it. Now the gun can actually hold on its own. I may as well just grab 20% higher, right?
Asteroid scan complete.
You. Now, obviously, unless you're harvesting like full platinum asteroids or whatever you're actually mining for, it will have some variance on when the big chunks come out. So, for example, if it has like a multiple mineral asteroid, it's not guaranteed to have the large chunks be what you're looking for. You might accidentally get large chunks for the other commodity. So that will be a little bit wasted, but it's fine. Also, when it comes to the gun, you don't want to accidentally shoot the big chunks because they can get destroyed. So either shooting like a circular pattern or shooting a little bit further away seems to keep them alive a lot better. Also, you can try to angle upwards some because you should have less of a chance of hitting them. Wait for the rest of these collectors. There we go. Mr. Prospector, find us what we're looking for. for all the new people who are into laser biting, just so you're aware, whenever your collectors are spinning in circles around you, that's how you can tell if they're actually done grabbing all the fragments.
Prospect to limpet failed.
Percent, we'll take it. And you can also damage your limpets, so try not to accidentally shoot them. Alright, it's full again. Ah, that should be plenty of room. Hope they release the Gatling laser for all ships eventually. Want to make an angry little vulture mining B with squadron mates mining. I don't know if they will or not. I will say I did test to see if it would go on other ships, and it's only showing for the Type-11. So I assume that this one would be an exclusive one. But they didn't like call it like a Mark II mining laser or something. They just gave it a normal name, so I suppose it's possible. I don't know why they didn't give it like a special name though if they were going to keep it exclusive. Yeah, we mentioned they might make it generally available. Feel like they would only do that once the ship's already available in-game. And even then, basically it would make the ship worthless. If like any ship could get the size 3 mining laser, or Gatling gun, sorry. Because then you would have like corvettes and everybody else running around with them. So I feel like that would be a very big if. What are your opinions though? Do you think they should? You have more than one on the ship. Nope, they only have one size 3 slot. That was another thing I was I tried on day one. But yeah, they only have one size 3 slot, so you're stuck with one Gatling gun. And honestly, like, this is my opinion. I feel like they should... They won't need to, like, tweak the actual ship's design. But if they could, like, move where the hard point is, I feel like it would be better on the bottom of the ship. Mainly since the fragments would be more likely to actually be down there. But even then, the Gatling gun's kind of random when it comes to where it's shooting anyway, so maybe it wouldn't really matter too much. Yeah, we had a slight scrape, it's fine. Might have thought of future mining ships when they said that. That's a very possibility too. They could allow like a bigger brother variant of it, like a large version. They want to put 3 of these on my continent, it's not a bad thing. It's not, but you get to the point to where it's the same ship all the time. Like, there's always been the Condas, there's always been the Corvettes. So I feel like eventually they're going to have like another big ship that just replaces them.
Prospect limpet failed.
And this is technically their first dedicated ship to a specific purpose. So I'm wondering if eventually in the future if we're going to have like bigger dedicated mining ships or like a dedicated exploration ship, like maybe there is some sort of cool technology that only that specific ship's able to get that gives like better jump range or something. You can solve it by allowing engineering audits, making you choose between it working on the other ships or being better.
Prospect limpet engaged. Programming limpet drone. Asteroid.
Or they could just come with it pre-engineered on the Type-11 as like a dedicated thing. One of the main things about the new ship is the use of the new FSD.
Asteroid scan complete.
Oh, you're talking about the SCO drive? I feel like that's been around for a little bit though, so it's not really like a huge perk anymore. But yeah, I guess like compared to the Condor and Corvette, those are on the older side of things. Though I have always wondered, like, I wonder what's stopping them from making like a whole nother tier for like Federal and Imperial rep. It would be really cool to get one of those huge laser ships. I know people have told me a few times what it's called, but I forgot the name again. But the ones that were helping us in the Thargoid Wars that like would randomly pop up.
Asteroid scan complete.
It'd be cool to have like one of those that could actually fly in game. That is the downside to having the Gatling gun. I haven't quite figured out how to get it so it's like consistently having chunks in the spot that I want it to. It seems like it's going to sort of like throw everything all over the place. I'm not sure if there's like a certain trick that I just haven't figured out yet to like getting it all to drop in one spot. But definitely compared to like normal laser mining, this is way faster. That's so good. And we haven't even found like a huge good one. I think that was like a 40. Go on, Prospector, do the thing. Gross. Oh yeah, and you might have to watch out for the bigger chunks or a few scrapes if you went without a shield.
Prospect limpet engaged.
Nada.
Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospect limpet failed. Engaged.
5%.
Asteroid scan complete.
Overall though, handling wise, it's a little bit worse than the Python, but it's going to give you a higher yield. I think it's going to be more storage too. I'll have to go back and see how much storage we're going to actually have in a Python, but I don't think it's more than this guy.
Engaged.
And I know it's definitely going to outperform the Type 8, so I don't think there's any other like medium ship that would come close to it. The only thing that'd be questionable is if it's going to be able to outpace like a large ship, but I think with the increased yield from the bigger chunks, it should be able to keep up, if not outpace, some of the bigger ships. Ooh, 57. This is gonna be a good one. The firing order is like super simple for it too, since you don't really need like too many extra things. You literally just need to have like one fire group for most stuff. And then if you're wanting to have like the surface deposits, and obviously having a second one, that'd make it a little bit cleaner. Like usually whenever you're laser mining, you're never going to have to dump this quickly.
Asteroid scan complete. Collect limpet expired. Prospect limpet failed.
We're at 34 so far, so we're about halfway done already. I am super excited though for this to get released in a in-game world that we can actually see like how much better the jump range is and everything. I don't think that there's going to be room for like a Guardian FSD booster though. So that's one downside to it. And honestly, like I said, usually most people sell with a cargo ship anyway, so you're probably not going to be hauling too much of your goods too far anyways. Three, two, one. Oh, and for anyone curious, the little small pieces are about 10 to 12 that we found so far. Then the big ones are about 30. Oh, maybe it's a little bit bigger. Huh. So I guess that's the low temp that's changed the size of them. If you need an FSD booster, it would much better if you had a friend with a huge high volume ship. Oh yeah, most definitely. Like having a Clipper Mark II or something like that to like follow behind you, that's going to speed things up a ton. I'm just going to go randomly drop another 10. I knew that was about to happen. We got one. That is another viable option. If you have someone with like a Clipper Mark II that's just set up for cargo hauling, and then just literally go around and open everything up with this ship. Surprised there's not more peeps doing this? It's not actually released in-game yet. It'll be released on the 29th. It's run a early test build. I don't know how many of the other partners actually like mining though. I think I'm one of the few ones who actually do it. I think sometimes a couple of other guys like occasionally dip their toes in it, but I don't think mining's too popular in it. That I've seen at least. Maybe there's a few people when I'm asleep or something that mine. Alright, come on, Mr. Limpet, give us something good. Mining's not the activity for funsies. Hey, how's it going?
Limpet failed.
What are you up to tonight, Zolza?
Prospect limpet engaged.
Nada.
Asteroid scan complete.
Test out a brand new ship to date. You're like mining once or twice a year for fun, and mainly core mining.
Prospect limpet failed.
No, I don't mind mining this game. It's a lot more chill. Also, like the fact that Elite Dangerous has like so many different activities you can do. It's sort of like a different thing every time you play instead of having to like be stuck in the same thing.
Programming limpet drone.
So you were streaming that to put you on the background. Hey, thanks, I appreciate it. What are you drawing? $57, sweet. Obviously, the time it takes to build the cargo bay is kind of dependent on like how many good rocks that you find. For example, platinum fills up much quicker than like low temp diamonds. It was getting us good yield for low temp though. Ah, 14 characters, nice. Alright, you drop another 10. We got 8,000 tons of platinum when I thought the CG was on. Yeah, I thought it was on today too, honestly. Till someone said earlier that apparently it's dropping whenever the ship drops. 47, that's not too bad.
Asteroid scan complete.
So it depends how you stored it, apparently. Some people are speculating that if you sell it to your fleet carrier and then like buy it back later, it'll have issues, or if you did like the inventory method and just transferred it over, you should theoretically be able to save it. I don't think that they'll change the leaked materials. They could, but I don't think they will. I think they put in their own community thing what it's already going to be to mine, didn't they? Or was it a leak that I saw? Oops. I'm moving.
Capacity.
Ah, yeah, they can do their thing while we search for more platinum.
Limpet failed.
Got my mining conda ready to go. There you go. I am curious though, if they're going to like have a huge amount sold, or if it's going to be like a super short event. So, I mean, the cargo hauling event, that one actually made a ton of money relatively easy. So I'm kind of curious to see, like, are they going to do the same thing for platinum, or is it going to be like something totally different? The mining Corvette. You know, I still haven't bought a mining Corvette yet. Well, a Corvette for mining. We're going to build something with these materials. Well, honestly, I'm just testing new ship right now. None of the money that I'm making right now even matters. But no, usually you just mine up the metals and you sell it back to the game for money. Now we can buy new ships. Although they do have some sort of colonization. Hey broski, how you doing today? They've completely revamped the way the Type-11 works. And it is so much better. Like, we get so many more bigger chunks. Now we're getting like a rough estimate on how long it actually takes to fill up. But honestly, like, it went from a minute to crack open the asteroids to about 20 seconds. And on top of that, the big chunks, we're getting about 20 to 25 big chunks compared to like the, I don't know, 4 to 6 that we were getting beforehand. There's a huge difference. Definitely think it's a lot more consumer friendly to the public. Yeah, capitalism. You know, if they increase the size of the chunks across the board, like 20% would be more exciting. Their exact verbiage was more. They didn't say like the exact percentage. So how bad is it? Galnet News sounded like FDev balancing completely out of the window. I think a lot of people are more cynical than I am about things, so I think it's actually fairly well balanced. And like I said on Reddit, like it's a ship that's literally limited to certain things like mining. So I don't think you can really have a ship that's like too overpowered for mining. Like if it was like the next best, like, I don't know, if they made like a new Corvette and then that ship was just literally being able to one-hit everybody, I would say that's OP. But this is a mining ship. It's like a PvE thing. And on top of that, you already have people talking about, oh, well, the Clipper Mark II is way better anyways, blah, blah, blah. So should they make the Clipper have less storage because so many people are saying that's way better? So I don't know. It does fill up relatively quickly, but I mean, it's a dedicated mining ship, so it's doing what it's supposed to. That's just my thought process, I don't know. Our creep has been a trend to these ships.
Maximum capacity.
What on earth was... apparently power creep is a bad word to Twitch. I mean, at a certain point, you're just going to get to the thing where it's always the same ships in the universe. So it's nice seeing like a variety of like, obviously eventually your favorite ship's going to get retired and something better is going to come and replace it. And I think that's where the ship's coming into play for like the Python. Like so far, with this new change, instead of having to rely on lasers and the Gatling gun, you're able to use the Gatling gun just purely for laser mining. And that allows you to have a ship that's able to core mine, surface mine, and laser mine all in one without having to change any components or have like a huge negative effect. So I think it's pretty good. I don't know. I don't think it's like hugely overpowered. I mean, it's not like you're going to be killing people either with it. And at the same time, I feel like the people who have Corvettes and like the Clipper Mark II, all those ships, they're still going to be getting a huge amount of platinum. And they're probably just mad that the gun doesn't fit on their ship. I don't know. I think it's definitely made it a lot more of a viable purchase compared to what it was. I don't like how fast Sir Famine core mining is. Or Feast or Famine, sorry. Many old ships are pointless now. Pilots Federation needs to put new laws into practice and require manufacturers to update their old models or retire them. I think a lot of ships are retired. They just don't actually use the name for it. Or you meant just like completely remove them from the in-game purchasable ship. Alright, so we're completely out of limpets. So whatever we end up with is what we end up with. The thing is, though, it's really weird to have articles about saying like it's too overpowered when the previous articles are about how underpowered and how junk the ship was. So I don't know, like, I don't know what they could have done differently to make people happy. I feel like this is a pretty good medium. I'm going to be like completely full. On a side note, with talking and goofing off, let's see. Copy, boom, new. And for going for any asteroid that was above 20, that's how long it took us to get 272. But still gets balanced out by the cargo. That too. Like, it only has 272. I think someone said you get like an extra 64 or something once it's like fully, like the pre-engineered cargo racks, which maybe we'll be able to squeeze out a little bit more with like the second mining event. Supposedly it's going to also give the pre-engineered rack, so you might be able to get it to like 330 or so. But it's not like a huge like storage ship, it's a medium ship. What exactly did they change? Oh, they like revamped this whole ship. Specialized, yes, that means two things. Money is the only thing that the T-11 is good for. Two, the only ship that's good for money is the T-11. No options anymore. Well, that's not exactly true. I mean, you're still going to have people who like the large ships, like the Clipper and the Corvette and stuff. This one's going to be, I think, going to be able to keep up with the large ships, even though it's a medium. And I think that's where it's going to sit at. I do have the fancy hollow paint. Alright, so for the T-11 mining rebalance, they more than doubled the mining damage, resulting in an increased fragments per second. They increased the limpet speed count. They increased the controller limpet count from 8 to 14. They increased the chance of enriched chunk spawning. They reduced the mining volley repeater spread. They fixed the strobing light in the cockpit. Various fixes to the cosmetics, and fixed the animation issue with the T-11 landing gear. And they also fixed some of the audio when firing mining volley repeater to reduce the distracting effect caused by the audio coming through predominantly on one side. And they also updated 11 roll values to prevent the extreme sharp roll experience, especially with flight assist off. So they did quite a bit of change to it. Let's see here. What is I up? I use Makana for everything. Yeah, that's not true. You'll want a few T-11s and a Clipper Mark II for wing. Oh yeah, that's probably going to make it better than a Corvette cutter for short pulse. Oh yeah, well, not just that, but most people have like their fleet carrier relatively close by for when they're mining, unless they're mining inside the bubble. But I feel like a lot of people go out. I don't have any more storage limpets. You're just going to have to blow up. Sorry. I feel like a lot of people go out to the bubble, or out of the bubble to mine anyway, so it's not like you're really hindering yourself too much with a medium ship. Jet can mining. Yeah, that'd be kind of funny. You say collect with the Panthers? Technically, I think this will be able to collect more than the Panthers could speed-wise, since it has faster limpets, and it's going to be able to get 14. You should mine in resource sites to get even more fragments. Do you know of a good Hazard site for like platinum or another like easily mined material? Yeah, for anyone curious, it is a newer ship, so the SEO, you can literally just let go of the throttle and it'll fly straight. The sights are a bit finicky though, you need to be really on your toes. I feel like that cuts into your speed as well. Probably a little bit. Plus I gotta get better at shooting the asteroids without the big chunks hurting me and without me accidentally scraping into them with the ship. It's kind of weird. The Gatling gun, you're not able to like have such control like where the pieces are going to be dropping from. I could put my engineered parts back on. Stay cold and they don't see you. I think that a new mining tool should be a subsurface mining laser instead of an abrasion blasting mining laser. Ship seems a little large for core mining. What exactly are you talking about, Synthetic? Oh, hey, you meant underneath the surface. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know why this thing actually comes with the abrasion blaster, even though you can get the surface deposits already with the Gatling gun. So that one's sort of like a wasted spot. I don't know if they just filled it because they didn't know what to put or what it was for, but basically, though, this ship can do a little bit of everything. Go to HR 612 and mine in the hazard resource site on Planet 2. It overlaps Flat Hot Spot, home of the brave yellow miners of the open. That'd be kind of cool. I can see how far it is. I'm inside of a public testing universe, so there's like no fleet carriers or anything in between most of the destinations. So it's kind of hard to get like super far.
It's good to see you, Commander. Please enjoy your stay at this facility. Request approved. Please head directly for Bay 38.
Was the cargo bit? Yeah, sorry. Let's try this again. What's the cargo capacity? Currently it's 272. That is with the default build. Yeah, 272. You should be able to get a little bit extra storage whenever the pre-engineered cargo racks get added into it. Then I think I still have one slot available, so I might be able to push it a little bit higher actually. But it's a little bit under 300 currently.
Landing gear deployed.
Which for a medium ship, I think that's decent storage.
Hull integrity compromised.
How you doing today, Mr. Coffee?
Ship is on the ground. Ground crew dispatched. It's good to have you with us, Commander.
So, yep. Here you go, Capricorni. Even more stuff that you don't need. Yeah, you're welcome. Then sell you. It's definitely in a lot better place to purchase than it was a week ago when we were testing it. Which last week I thought it wasn't too bad. I thought it was a decent medium ship, but I think now it can actually compete with the large ships without needing as much like crazy engineering. Which that's probably why they had to tweak it so much, since they have a 6A power plant. You're not really able to get like too much extra like crazy things on it with the power. But this thing's so like heat efficient that you don't really have to have anything special. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, never mind. Yeah, 272 is currently the max. For the people who hate it, they do have a permanent hangar compartment. You can technically take it off your ship, so you have like 40 extra cargo capacity. Or sorry, not 40 extra cargo capacity. You can take it off to save 20 tons worth of weight. I did make a suggestion to FDev to have the fighter bay turn into like a mining bay, and maybe have like one of the fighter ships be able to like place like seismic charges or something. I told them that suggestion after it came out though, so I have no clue if that'll ever be a thing. But for now, this is a permanent slot inside of your ship, so you can either have the fighter protect you, or you can get rid of it for a little bit extra jump range. But either way, this slot you can't do anything with except for a fighter. It does not work for SRBs. Are you talking about the faction from Starfield? Isn't that where the free space fighters came from? So, I don't know if you knew this or not, Coffee, but you can actually start with like the complete novice pilots and like slowly turn them into an expert.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
And they're not really useful in a mining ship. I feel like they're more useful in like the Type-9, which is really slow. Actually, that would work too. Hold on. You said hip something or another. Hold on. Let me scroll up some. Let's see. 6012. I mean, they take. Oh, sorry. Yes, they do take a cut of your money. I think it would be mainly cool, like, let's say I was doing core mining and I wanted a little bit better, like, handling for it. It'd be cool if we could deploy our fighter and then we could do it inside of the fighter bay to place the charges. How'd you do that? $300. That's a far distance. Oh, it's HR 612? Ah, okay. You eventually stop caring and still keep that leech. Yeah, my guy is still... Actually, I don't think they take a cut as long as you don't actually bring with you, but I've had the same dude for forever. Sorry, it's 6012. Darn it. Well, it's half the distance. It's still far. How many... 12. Thought that was a blender for a second. Let's see here. If we keep the cargo bay empty... We got 24 jump range. Yeah, we can fly over there and see. Keep like this. Next cut is 10% if you hire a harmless pilot and level it up to elite. That's what it is, harmless. I couldn't remember like the beginner stat. The guy looks super weird. He looks like some guy from Dr. Seuss. He has like the world's thickest random eyebrows. That's a good point, Coffee. Thank you. Well, there you hire them for a job, then fire them for... Yeah, I suppose that would work too. I didn't tell you to get rid of it. Do they not have limpets in the system? Let's see. Cause hey, when your name place, you got, yeah, 5.8. We'll be fine. I went without the limpets, that way I had a little bit better jump range. Doesn't work with MC pilots. The more experienced they are, the more reliable they get. You actually want to keep one if he's high level. Oh, you're talking about the whole hire and fire thing? And 15K range to the center to keep the pirate spawn rate low. This will be dangerous. We do have stations. Yeah. It'll be nice once this thing gets to the real verse. Although I probably could have grabbed like a upgraded SCO drive at some point, but didn't think about engineering that. Only did the power plate and the power distributor. So theoretically, the Hazres gets you a bonus. I'll start the timer once we get to that distance. But I'm wondering, like... Oh, come on, move. Fine. I'm wondering how much faster we to fill up, though. If the standard one's about 25 minutes or so, roughly. I'm wondering what you would get at, you know, the Hazres. If you'd get less than 20, that'd be kind of crazy. And Jabia, were you the one who was telling me about the Hazres stuff on Reddit? Was that someone else? I know someone else mentioned it before, I just didn't know where to actually test it out at.
Frameshift drive charging.
Just got here, is it better? Oh, it's way better than before. So, to go over a quick rundown of everything, they made the gun stronger. They made the limpet count go from 8 to 14. They increased the odds of the chunks, so before we were getting like, I don't know, like 2 to 6 or whatever. Now we're getting about 20 to 25 big chunks. Doing the same like test whenever you like when we were doing the test beforehand to see like how long it would actually take to fill up the ship, it is kind of random when we did that, but this time instead of it taking an hour, it took us a little under 26 minutes, so it's way more speed. 1 rock equals 2 normal ones? Does it show the same percentage? It's about 100% more when you're going. Oh yeah, and I found some more stuff out too. So that's roughly what all we figured out so far. Saying roughly since, you know, it's kind of random when it comes to the Gatling gun if the big chunks are going to be spawning in or not, so it's not a guarantee, but it definitely seems better. It's about, probably say 3, maybe 4 times better than last time. Wonder if they can make a squadron and apply the mining bonus? I have a squadron. How do you activate this mining bonus you guys keep talking about? Or is it just always on? We have a 12% squadron perk. How do you get the squadron perks? So I think beforehand it was like the top range of the medium ships, and now I want to say it would be about the same speed as the Clipper, if not a little bit faster. Go to and the squad in the right hand panel. I'll jump and then do that. Are you good? If you ever want to join a squadron, you're more than welcome to join mine, Gorgo. So far, it's all the previous commanders that I used to play with that quit. Alright, so hold on. So you said 4 panel. Well, 1 second. This thing takes forever to fill up, so I'm gonna just park next to the thing to fill up. Get my very nice 70 seconds of fueling. Alright, the 4 panel squadrons. Then what? I'm in the testing verse on a different commander. You can have... That is so weird. Ship with the squad bonus on top, that would be impressive. Huh. So I'd have to find an open squadron then. guess I can just create one. Don't care about you. Nope. Nope. Oh, perk. Oh. That's all you had to do? Okay. I have no clue what this other one would be. Money doesn't satisfy you in game. What's a higher purpose? I don't know, whatever. Merits, sure. Cool. No? 4697? Yeah, perfect. Oh, alright. And then fantastic. Great squadron. Perfect. Oh good, I'm actually fueled too. To look at that, I don't think I actually have any perks activated in my squad yet. Yeah, thank you. In the testing universe, so I have no clue if that's even a public squadron or why I was able to see public squadrons. That's so weird. That's just a bonus to the money you get, right? It's not an actual bonus to the commodities that you harvest. That shouldn't affect like anything different between what we did in this test. To your first few millions and billions, you always want to buy a bigger ship.
Frameshift drive charging.
I don't think they've really done too many big ships though. Like if you think of like really large vessels, you have the Corvette and then you have the Conda. I haven't really like, there's no like real big new ships that I can really like think of off the top of my head. Except for, you know, the obvious 25 billion squad carrier, but actual flyable ships, they haven't really introduced any recently, so I think that could be something that they maybe work on, or maybe do like a whole new ship class. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll have to double check and see if I actually have that listed on mine. Conda Mark II. What was you different about the Conda? Two jumps. That has a name, so I'm going to assume I'm going to Viper Mark IV. That's a name, so I assume it's going to be a bigger population, so I'm going to buy limpets there and then jump to the system we care about. It's so weird. So I'm not in my squadron, but it pulls the data like I'm still with the power play guy, so if I actually was a part of the faction, would I still be hunted down even though I'm not technically the same commander? Oh, and I did find something kind of funny. Oh, that's not flying to the sun. Fun fact, the testing universe doesn't always keep up to date with things. Like, for example, it randomly popped up acting like a Thargoid was going to come and like re-attack us, so I thought I was like really cool about to see like some information that I didn't know about. This happened years ago and I just got a notification for it recently inside the testing universe, so it definitely has some weird things occasionally. I guess you. X3, X4, you can buy anything from a minor scout ship to a huge destroyer carrier class ship with prices ranging from 50k to like 300 million. I tried X4. I was awful at it. One huge hardpoint on top. SU compatible. Fix the loose cable in the cockpit. You can buy... Oh! Is that like an actual, like, proper spaceport, or is that a ground port? Well, I'll just grab it here since we're here, but... Because I know some of, like, the ground ports aren't actually inside the testing universe. Ran out of fuel one time because I didn't have a fuel scoop, because, you know... I was expecting just to follow an aura and be like, oh, well, I need to go get fuel. I'll just go to some random place and get fuel. I'm in the bubble. Didn't work. I don't know, like, what all is actually here, what isn't here. I don't know, I was still, like, early game in X4, so maybe that's why it was just a lot more complicated than I was expecting. But I got my butt kicked at, like, the original race tracker. There was, like, a race mission with, like, the robots, and they hook you up to the machine. I got my butt kicked in that scenario. And I think there was one where, I don't remember if I beat it or not. But I know there was like a ship that you had to defend. Only two that I can think of. It's an asteroid base. Well, stuck up here, and I'm interested to see if it's actually in the real verse. Speaking of refueling, I hope they add the ability to fuel scoop from gas giants with hydrogen. There's Elite Dangerous books.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Like, I knew the game was old, but I didn't realize it actually had like a whole book series to it. I wonder what the new ship looks like in VR. That I do not know. I can show you the cockpit though if you want to see it. Let's see. Boom, boom. It's actually a pretty cool view. It does look like it's set up fairly decent for like a mining expedition. Alright, so that's you. You said planet number 2. I mean, honestly, that idea with the fuel scoops, they could sort of turn it into like hydrogens, like a nitrous or something for ships, and then they could have it so it like speeds it up like twice as fast or something crazy like that. That'd be kind of cool. Let's see. Up to previous time, add that to the notes. There we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
How many of you actually play in VR? I have no clue if my system can actually play it in VR or not. Still rocking a 1080 Ti and a 8700K. Eventually I'll actually upgrade my PC. VR's always seemed like a cool thing though. Someday I'll have to try it out. I had a buddy who swore off against it because he he said something about he went to order a pizza, or he went to eat a pizza or something, and he like got super discombobulated with it. It's pretty cool. Well, that's cool. Were you guys disappointed that they didn't have like full VR support for the ground stuff, or was it not too big of an issue for you guys? Is it B3 you said, or B2? B1? Only tried it once with Beat Saber. How'd you do? Let's see that. Maybe it was B1. And surely you couldn't have gone that bad. On-ground mission is immersion breaking. How come? Alright, so it was either B1 or A1. Planet 2. What, was there like an alphabet number next to it, or is it literally just called 2? You don't get to put it in VR, you get a large screen to play. Oh, you were talking about from a VR perspective, gotcha. Alright, so let's do that. Planet 2A. Okay. See a A2A. It's one of the gas giants though, right? Like it's not one of the small ones? It's no, occasionally the small ones do have rings. Oops. Adenia. Ah, we're not doing too bad. We're almost done. Ish. Done-ish. I didn't realize it was 53. Oh, A7, okay. But it's gonna be right behind the sun then. A6. Alright, so let's get out of this. jump away from the sun. Oh. Hold on. Next to the Terran's Tavern Station? Yeah, in my game, there is no Tarun's Tavern Station. Like I said, the testing world's a little different than the main verse, so sometimes there'll be things that don't actually match up like they should. Alright, hold on, let's just get rid of these stupid symbols. Yeah, this is more like a bare bones version of the game, basically. Got that. I think the Hazres will exist, or everything else so far has. When it comes to, like, you know, the platinum hotspots and stuff haven't changed yet. I guess it's possible. Who knows? We'll science it out anyways. That's a bummer, but the plat spot should be the high yield anyways. Yeah, hopefully. If anything, I'll know where to actually look. In the normal verse. Who knows, maybe next time I do the mining for the event, I'll actually do it in the Hazres. Nah, you're good. Like I said, I physically ran out of fuel one time, and that's the only reason why I was so adamant that not everything stays.
System scan.
So that is all the planets. Now you said it's called Planet 2. And life is overlapping? You mean Planet A2? Three, 5, 6, 7. It would be that one. And you're good. Honestly, I didn't expect it to be missing stuff either. I was even using an R to like try to like play in my route, and it did not work at all. Close. Doesn't matter, we welcome you in the live game to mine with us in our home system. Yeah, I'll definitely be checking it out. Last time I was in the Parrot's Head sector, and I met other people who also had their home close by. Although someone actually colonized the triple platinum spot. I like this ring, it's kind of like transparent. Yeah, it was, yeah, kind of close to there.
Surface scan complete.
So was this not the right planet? A2, right? Nah, the triple plat does not have a Hazres. Nope, planet 2A. Would that not be considered too? Oh, that one? Okay. Well, apparently it doesn't exist in this world. It's a singular ring too, it's not a double, right? I only see 2 different hotspots. Try and shoot the ring? Sometimes when they're a different color you can scan too, but I don't think this is one of them. You're missing it, the stupid planet, aren't you? That's interesting. So I'm wondering if they changed the hotspots at one point, or if this literally... Oh no, because then I would have first discoveries over where I went. Though I never actually landed on a planet. Oh, it is the inner ring, okay. Does this actually pull the data? Sorry, I'm getting kind of distracted. Hold on. Like you. Okay, and so maybe it is going to be different because it doesn't have any of the data from commanders who found it, so it's almost acting like we're the first ones who've ever been to this system. So that could mean everything's going to be completely generated different. Although if it's the same planet names, it should be the same. Close that we don't miss. We're sure this is the right one though, right? There is no way that we miss from this close. I think it's 12A2. I don't see why we're not seeing like the little probe thing. It's like right in front of it, so there's no way that it's like hitting the planet. Yeah, I don't think that your spot actually exists in this world. Hold on, that one we can actually see. Alright, so let's try and do it a little bit further away. That is so weird. I didn't think it would be that different, but maybe it is. Alright. And you said it's supposed to be a double ring system? So I think this is just a double or a single ring, isn't it? Usually the double rings would be separated a little bit. We can try. Wait for us to slow down some. Stupid rope. Alright, so hold on, let's try to get like this angle. Birds are different as it seems. I mean, this is very possible that this is the build that was in Horizon. I mean, obviously they put new things in it, but I don't know like how much this version's changed. Yeah, I think this is just a single ring. So is there any double rings in this system? Like maybe it just moved to a different planet? So we got 4 or 5. Those are both doubles. That's a single. Then we have B1. I mean, I suppose we may as well scan it while we're here. That's going to make things much harder. If anything, whenever it comes to like the live universe, we can actually test it in the Hazret site, and then we'll have like good data for it. So we'll be able to do that on Monday night. So it should be done by the time I get home. See when the servers are back on and everything actually worked. Alright, there we go. This ring makes more sense. I was wondering why the other one was the same color. Oh, you're good. I had no clue that the hotspots would be different. Like I said. Or actually, everyone else said too. It's good to know like what all is different, what all is, you know, the same.
Surface scan complete. Surface scan complete.
Little platinum hotspot. But let's see, Plat, Musgrove. Don't see any actual conflicts though. Alright, try Planet 5. Good news is, as long as the, you know, the planets are doing the scan thing correctly, it goes much quicker. Thanks so much for all the commanders who stuck around with us tonight. It's been fun. It's already 5 in the morning. If anything, though, I definitely think that this moved up to a ship that's worth buying. And personally, I think it was a good buff. Like, I don't think it was like too overkilled, and I don't think it's going to break the in-game market. Like, you already have people in like the Clipper and stuff saying that they can fill up their ship in under an hour and have like 700 something platinum, so I don't think it's like crazy. Plus, literally everything here is subject to change, so keep that in mind as well. Like, whenever I show off early stuff, just like last time, how everything like completely revamped before it came live. I'm super glad that they actually did let us test this out, though. That way we can see like the true difference. That planet was useless. Let's got that. Alright, so both of those are singles. I guess we may as well try every ring while we're here. $4,000 away. And I know it doesn't necessarily always cross over to the same community, but if you're into exploration or just like scanning systems in general, if you download EDHM, they have a really cool feature where the FSS scanner has a HUD mod that you're able to turn on, and it'll tell you like roughly like this signal type is like for gas giants, this signal type's for planets like rocket body, heavy metals. It helps a lot. I really like that. So I do recommend that one as well. Though they got rid of the cool like F1 through F4 feature that it used to have. It used to be able to like clear out the random like white dots all over the map for materials dropped when you're fighting. I haven't really found any like hugely good plugins when it comes to mining. Exploration's had a lot. I guess that's like the main one. Then ED Copilot, but that's more for general purpose.
Surface scan complete.
Couple spots. Regular. Oh, you know what? That was another good point. I didn't think about that. What was... So you were talking about it was a colonized world? So that could add to the conflict as well, because technically this system has a population of 0. So it is possible that there's just not any pirates here since it's empty. Alright, so let's try... We'll get the ones in the bottom. We're in 30,000 away. think it seems to be doing decent when it comes to fuel. I think the Mandalay is a little bit more efficient when it's in SEO. We're not dumping a huge amount though. I don't think that this ship would be able to get to Hutton Orbital in one run though. Cool down, hold on. Everything into engines. And they should have new Twitch drops soon too. I'm not sure what ships they're for though. But I think that's coming sometime around whenever the ship either releases or during the community event. If I remember correctly. Not sure what ships are for though. Be cool if it's for the Type-11. So far I think I've only seen it once, and that's for the Clipper. Most of the time you get like really old skins for ships, so that'd be something cool. I know the Mandalay got a skin recently too. Oh, and it doesn't have like a huge crossover, but for October we are planning on introducing like one of the nights we'll be streaming Prey till we beat that game, and a few other like sci-fi horror games to sort of match the seasonal vibes. But we'll still be keeping up with Elite Dangerous as well. Fast. Still? There we go.
Surface scan complete. Surface scan complete.
More hotspots on this one. Alright, so that, then signal sources, you're still empty. Yeah, it was worth a shot, but I don't think we're going to be able to get lucky with this Haz-Res. Try one last planet. And if not, that means that's going to be very hard to track down. Although, this is one of the few mining ones, so it won't be too bad. I guess I'll have to fly around and see if I can fly one for, like, next time. Assume that there'll be another, like, dedicated mining ship. We have a large one, so I don't know. I don't know if it would ever be worth it for them to do a small one. I assume eventually we will get a large. I don't know about small. Or they could introduce like a whole new type of mining, like they got the core mining, they could have a whole ship that's just designed to like literally delete asteroids or something. That'd be kind of cool. Alright, planet B3. Maybe. Dave the Diver has that. Send a sub to grab the whole fish thing. Send a sub to grab the whole fish thing? What are you talking about? I'll have to look into that. Rubidium and platinum. Imagine a frigate that just scoops up an asteroid. Ah. I mean, honestly, that'd be kind of cool. I don't know what else they could do to mining to like change it though. Or if they like worked on the multi-crew aspect of the game. Because I mean, it seems like the squadron update is pushing more towards that. But they don't necessarily have like all of the aspects like fleshed out when it comes to like group play. It'd be kind of cool if you could actually have like a friend control the limpets. Like, that'd be fun to like fly around and like smack into people and attempt to grab the things. Maybe give like a bonus for players actually like doing it instead of just having a machine do it. Well, we tried this system and it appears that it's new luck. Oh, well, those were previously visited systems, that's why. Alright, well I guess we don't need the limpets. Alright guys, well it is 5:13 in the morning, so we are going to be calling it quits here. Thanks so much for all the commanders who hung around with us tonight while we tested out the Type-11. Hopefully this helps you decide if it's worth getting or not. Whenever it drops on the 29th, we'll be checking out later that night in the full verse, and we'll be trying it inside of this Hazret site to see how much better it is, but hopefully this helps make a decision for it. Seems pretty good. Hope everyone has a good afternoon, evening, and morning, and I'll see you guys in the next one.